Seeing at 6 p.m., I'd like to call the December 1st, 2021 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council to order. I'd like to welcome everybody here this evening. And if you are able, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel.
Here.
Councilmember Baisden.
Here.
Councilmember Stonart.
Here.
Councilmember Petty.
Here.
Councilmember Winger.
Present.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Here.
Councilmember Nackstedt.
Here.
Mayor Gabriel, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, before we get to agenda approval, I'd like to call your attention to a laydown with requested additions to the packet that you should have in front of you. Action, add to item D1, ordinance number 3254-2021, written public comment requested by the city clerk. Add to item D.5, resolution number 2021-70, written public comment requested by the city clerk. Action, add to item G3, ordinance number 3257-2021, written comment requested by the city clerk. Add to item G3, ordinance number 3260-2021, written public comment requested by the city clerk. Add to item G7, land management plan discussion, email from city manager and written public comment requested by the city clerk, and city manager and city clerk respectively. Add item 0.5, informational items, letter regarding halibut abundance-based management, and that was requested by Council Member Winger. Also would like to note that our presenter, Joy Murner, under scheduled public comment, is en route to from Anchorage right now. So what I'd like to do is just hold her as a placeholder, but when she gets here, if the pleasure council, just have her give her presentation upon arrival. And I see everybody nodding their head. So with that, I would like to request for a motion to approve the agenda. Councilmember Nackstedt.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to approve the agenda with the items noted by the mayor.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Next, we'll move to consent agenda. Councilmember Nackstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I move for approval of the consent agenda and request unanimous consent.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the body that would like to amend the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Tonight on your consent agenda, you have the regular meeting minutes of November 3rd, 2021, brought forth by the city clerk, approval of the bills to be ratified, brought forth by administration, introduction of ordinance number 3256-2021, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the airport improvements capital project funds, authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the Federal Aviation Administration for the Kenai Municipal Airport Sand Storage Facility Construction Phase 2, and authorizing a budget transfer in the Airport Improvements Capital Project Fund, Kenai Municipal Airport Sand Storage Facility Project, to facilitate the return of funds advanced from the Airport Special Revenue Fund, brought forth by administration with a public hearing on December 15th. Introduction of ordinance number 3257-2021, accepting and appropriating a collection equity award from the Network of National Library of Medicine Region 5 for the purchase of health and wellness titles for the Kenai Community Library collection, brought forth by council members Nackstedt and Petty with a public hearing on December 15th. Introduction of ordinance number 3258-2021, accepting and appropriating funding from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services, Division of Public Health for the Healthy and Equitable Communities Program, and authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of agreement for this funding, brought forth by administration with a public hearing on December 15th. Introduction of ordinance number 3259-2021, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general and municipal roadway improvement capital project funds, and increasing a purchase order to Foster's Construction for the 2021 Bryson Avenue Bluff erosion repair project brought forth by administration with a public hearing on December 15th. An introduction of ordinance number 3260-2021, amending Kenai Municipal Code 13.40.010 definitions to maintain current regulations on off-road vehicle use in Kenai after January 1, 2022, brought forth by Councilmember Nackstedt with a public hearing on December 15th. And that is your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to any item that is on the consent agenda that was just read into the record? You can come forward and please give your name and address for the record, please. Yes.
My name is Jane Firstenow. I live at 43973 Shirley's Way, and I am the president of the Friends of the Kenai Library. I'm also the library director at Kenai Peninsula College. I'd like to start by pointing out that the Kenai Community Library has already been selected to receive the grant referenced in ordinance number 3257-2021 from the network of the National Library of Medicine. There are no additional strings attached to receive this grant. The grant was awarded with pretty much the same description that you have in your packet. They didn't demand a list of titles and didn't dictate any required titles. The mission of the NNLM is to foster health literacy and public health through resources and training. Their website is fairly bland: a list of national initiatives, links to upcoming trainings, no content on COVID-19 treatments, vaccinations, or masks. So I'm not sure why you're being so cautious about approving this ordinance. I'm not sure what you expect to find on the librarian's list that is inappropriate for the Kenai Library. Once again, there is no mandated list of titles. The grant is quite explicit in specifying that recipients of the grant are to buy resources that satisfy the unique needs of their population. Collection equity in the grant title means that users of the Kenai Library can get the resources they need regardless of financial or geographic limitations. Equity in this context means that you have access to up-to-date health resources even if you can't afford to buy books online or travel to a mega bookstore in Anchorage. Receiving this grant means that more Kenai residents can find books on their particular health issues in their hometown library through the services of a trained librarian. When you requested to see a list of titles before approving the ordinance at the October 20th meeting, you alarmed community members and gave the impression that there's titles you might forbid from inclusion. People accused you of censorship. You made national news. Residents started a GoFundMe account. Please don't make the list a condition of passing this ordinance. Thank you for letting me speak on this issue. I appreciate all the time and effort that you put into examining these ordinances and resolutions.
Thank you. Would you mind taking questions from the body? Councilmember Petty.
I graciously appreciate you come as a professional librarian to give your insight and expert analysis of what's going on, and I wholeheartedly approve of the expertise of our librarian and do not require a list of documents or books in order to approve this ordinance. Also, it is a great resource that the librarian took to bring to us so as to be a wonderful addition to our community. So thank you for your comments and helping us have a greater understanding.
Any further? Councilmember Nackstedt.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. And I was wondering, as a librarian over at the college, do you have a similar type of area that you have these health, wellness type books?
We do, but our collection is tailored more to our curriculum at the college, and these are more consumer health titles. They're not about medicine. They wouldn't be detailed microbiology type text. They'd be things like What do I say to my doctor when he tells me I have cancer? What's the next question? Who do I go to when I have aging relatives and I don't know what I should do to take care of them? So,
Thank you. Any further questions? I see Councilmember Sonart has her, ma'am, Ms. Personnel.
I just wanted to
Councilmember
say thank you for coming tonight and giving us your presentation. And thank you for your definition and clarity of the word equity. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councilman Buddy? Thank you. Appreciate your time for coming in and speaking. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to any item that is on the consent agenda? Ms. Nelson.
Marion Nelson. What is my address? I can't even remember. I haven't said it for a while. 4469 Tower Hills Street. As I say, 200 feet outside the Kenai city limits. I wish I could speak as eloquently as our previous speaker did about this issue. She certainly said what I would love to say to you all. Those of you who know me know that my waterworks are pretty bad. Doesn't take much for them to start flowing. So anyway, I hardly agree with what she had to say and the attitude that she expressed to you all. Let's let the library do its job, for God's sake. The second thing I want to just bring up while I've got the podium here is off the cuff, as the president of the Arts Center, Kenai Arts Center Board of Directors, I want to make sure that you take in the current mural show that will be up to December 15th. It is astounding. 15 people participated in this, and they had a week to paint, to do whatever they're doing. We added pedestals, which are in the kind of the middle of the room, which added a lot to it, and will be part of what we do next year. I mean, these paintings are on the wall. They're big. They're like this space. Some of them are narrower. But this year we also have made an opportunity to buy them. So this is on lightweight canvas, but it will end up being cut off the wall and December 15th. So if anybody's interested, they should just let us know, and we can negotiate and put you in touch with the artist and see what the price might be. Anyway, it's an extremely fun show for all ages, for sure. Open Wednesday through Saturday, noon to 5, over in Old Town, and I'm sure you all know where it is.
Any questions for Ms. Nelson? Councilmember Knox?
Don't have so much a question, but just a comment that the murals that you have there, that I went through that actually twice. They're fantastic, and I think it's a good starting point because we have some big walls around town that probably, if you talk somebody into it, they'd probably allow a nice mural to be placed. Do you suppose that is kind of like the next step that you might be able to get with your talent?
I know quite a few people that have been involved with the Seward Mural Society from the get-go and throughout, and in fact advise them on how to become the official mural capital of Alaska, because they had been at this, for a while, and it just wasn't even on their mind. I said, you should do this. And of course, it seemed like an overwhelming job. I said, it isn't. Just have your city council approve it. Of course they will. Have the Borough Assembly approve it. Of course they will. Send it to Juneau. Get the official designation. And of course they did. And so that's what made them the official mural capital of the world, of Alaska. They started out with, painting on the buildings as they were, realized that a lot of things had to happen to make that a doable thing. Then, of course, learned what paints were going to be okay, and walls, and then that started to have problems. And eventually they got panels that they then could control from start to finish, and had, I think it's in a different location now. I'm not completely up to date on this, but we're in the warehouse out by the dock, and literally a paint by number situation for public to come in, sign up in advance to participate, and they would have some of the name artists in the state give them, donate pictures, paint ideas, designs, whatever you want to call it, for the next year's mural. So they would go out there, and each participant would have an area or maybe a color. I don't know, I never participated in that part of it, but a very, very lengthy process from start to finish. But they have made a name for themselves that no one else in the state can take from them, and they've done a heck of a job with. They've gone through so many iterations of having murals in their community that there's a lot to learn from them. And I have actually talked to some of the people there about coming over here and doing a program for us, for the board of people who participate in the mural, to just educate some new all too for learning what goes into it. It's certainly not just starting to paint on a wall, that's for sure. Further questions?
Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Nelson? Thank you, Mary Ann.
Yep.
Thank you for all the work you do over there. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to any item that is on the consent agenda?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Thank you. Mr. Peck, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll keep this real short. In regard to that term equity, it's used a lot these days in government and in pursuit of social justice goals. And I just urge the city council to use caution accepting grants that are based on the goal of achieving equity. I know that the meaning can mean many things, but I believe that council should use caution. It's a loaded political term, and it can mean a lot of different things. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Peck? Comments? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Peck. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to an item that's on the consent agenda? Please come forward. Ms. Smalley?
I said stand. I didn't even pay attention. Am I supposed to sit down?
You can, either one, whatever you're most comfortable with.
Okay. Susan Smalley, 105 Linwood Lane. I've been here since 1974. I was kind of inspired by the equity thing because that's a word that people are trying to use as a dog whistle or a shiny penny or whatever. If you had a child come up who wanted to speak and they were here like this, and that was the only thing, someone would give them a chair to stand on, or some way so that they could be able to be seen and speak. That's what equity is. And it's the idea that it's this horrible kind of thing that we have to watch out for danger, danger. I'm putting up a little library across from your house, actually. And the books in it are going to be varied. And I've participated in the library since my children were tiny, and Mrs. Bryson taught them story hour. I did story hour. Lots of people did story hour. There are people that say, don't read those books that are not true because kids can't figure it out. You know, like fairy tales? Kids can figure it out. So it's such a slippery slope. The idea that you would choose what books in the library. If the librarian starts making people take books, like they have, these are your books, then we got to worry about that. But if the books are in there, I've never been forced to take a book from the library that I didn't want. I've taken some that I didn't like. I found some that I didn't agree with. But that's the point of literacy. And so the idea that we should tell the librarian, are we going to tell Missy over at the senior center she can't serve liver once a month anymore? There are some people that go like, yay, yay. Other people would run for cover. So are you going to tell the airport people when they get grants what color they have to paint the whatever they're painting? Are you going to tell the rec center what kind of drinks they can serve out of the machines? I mean, I don't think that is a good use. We got a bluff falling over. Paul, thank you very much for bringing it up yesterday at the senior center. That was perfect. We have a bluff that's falling off. We have millions and millions of dollars that can go over the edge. In my opinion, that's what we should be working on. And if you look at the city code and all the things that you should be working on, there is a ton of stuff that needs to be done that's really critical. And the idea that you should spend your time and expertise, and no offense, but anybody up there trained in library science, raise your hand. It's like me going, oh, you're trained in library science? What year?
Excuse me?
May I ask what year, when your training was completed?
In the early 60s.
Okay, yes, yeah. Mine's a little before that, but I wouldn't even approach that at all because I'm out of date in all that. So the idea that you should choose, I don't want you doing that. I think that's not your business. And so I appreciate your being here. I appreciate you evaluating this, but don't choose the books at the library or those other nitpicky things that take time, energy, and angst. It was a good thing. It activated the community. So thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Smalley? Comments? Thank you, Ms. Smalley. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to any item that's on the consent agenda?
Anybody else on Zoom can unmute yourself or use the raise hand feature.
Okay, and with that, we'll skip over our scheduled public comment with Joy Merner with BDO. She's en route, and just a heads up to council that she has requested 20 minutes instead of the usual 10 minutes. So with that, we'll go to unscheduled public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Mr. Ruffner.
Well, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and members of the council and staff. My name is Robert Ruffner. I'm here tonight representing the Alaska Salmon Alliance. So that's an organization that is primarily made up of the processors on the Kenai Peninsula and representative from each of the two major commercial fishing gear types. And what I'm here tonight is, I've been before the council several times over the past couple of years. But it's what I would like to discuss is related to the informational item in your packet. It's the UC to kind of update on what's going on. So briefly, and this is a big topic. I don't think I need a lot of time, but briefly, what has transpired was a number of years ago, I think it was 2016, the Drift Gear Group filed a lawsuit with the federal government saying that they didn't think that they were doing their due diligence in implementing the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Wheels of Justice turned slowly. They won that case, and as a result of that case, they said that the federal government, NIMS, needed to take a particular action to develop a fisheries management plan. And that plan kind of dictates the process of fisheries in waters that are overseen in what's called the economic exclusive zone. So they won that case. It took a couple of years to sort out, well, what are we going to do with it? A very disingenuous thing happened, in my opinion, in that we were all working towards figuring out how we could work together and solve the deficiencies that the court found with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the fisheries management plan as it existed. At the 11th hour and probably 50th minute, they decided that they would just close the fishery entirely. This council participated in that by sending their manager, Mr. Ostrander, to go testify to that. It wasn't right. I mean, I simply it just wasn't right. So as the wheels of justice turn slowly, I hope they have not stopped turning, but the city still has a very important role in kind of seeing through. And that is to engage in that third branch of government, which is the legal angle of it. As per the direction of the council, I've worked pretty closely over the past year or so since the determination was made to close that area, to kind of figure out what needs to happen. And we've all been waiting for the regulations that actually close those waters to be promulgated, and that happened a 3 weeks ago. So that triggers the opportunity for the new legal action to happen. People are right now trying to sort out exactly how that's going to happen. The judge said that we'd like the plaintiffs to file a new case, so that's significant. That has been submitted to the court. If I could have just a little bit.
Yeah, please.
So that has happened. The plaintiff has submitted a new lawsuit and has presented a proposed schedule for what should happen next. The place where the city could engage is when they call for briefings. The proposed schedule has that somewhere in February, March timeframe is my understanding. So what I'm really here tonight is to kind of give you that significant update that things are happening now. And what I would hate to see happen is that we're not ready for taking whatever action the council wishes, because there will be specific timelines associated with that, and you have a duty to comply with the Open Meetings Act and take your actions accordingly. So it's coming up soon. I think some discussion about how you want to proceed. There's a number of ways you could do that, but that's really what I'm here tonight to say, that time to saddle up.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffner. Just so you know, I know it's in our informational items in the back of the packet, and my intention is to have a discussion possibly during the mayor's report here with our legal department to see if that's something we could put on our next agenda, if that gives them enough time to do it then. And then it would be properly noticed, and we can have a discussion item regarding the possibility of doing an amicus brief for this case. So with that, is there any questions or comments for Mr. Ruffner?
Nope. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Robert. Is there anybody else that would like, from the general public, that would like to, yeah. Please come forward, give your name and address for someone who needs no introduction.
Good evening. Tim Dillon, Executive Director, Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District. Thank you for giving me a couple of minutes just to address you. As you all know, every January, besides it being a new year, the Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District goes ahead and puts on its Industry Outlook Forum, which is a full day of discussion and presentations on what is going on in our economy, not just here on the Kenai Peninsula, but also statewide and nationally. So this next year, it is January 6th. Jamie has in fact, I think she put a flyer in front of everybody. There's also a variety of these in the back. We are doing it, it's a hybrid, so we're encouraging people to come. It's actually going to be at the Visitor Center, and that's because your city manager and your executive director of your chamber talked to me and said, you know, last year we couldn't do it here in Kenai. Can we have it this year? So it's going to be in Kenai, but it's also going to be on Zoom. We do ask you to go ahead and register in advance. I did talk with the clerk a couple minutes in advance, so if you all, anybody that wants to participate, just needs to give your name to the clerk and whether you're going to be in person or not in person, and we'll get you all registered. The reason we want people to register is because everything is free. The continental breakfast is free. The lunch is free. It's been that way for the last 6 years, so I just want to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of food and things. Just to give you an idea of the kind of speakers we have, we're very excited about the level of speakers and who we have. We have, as you all know, or hopefully you know, real estate these past 2 years has just gone bonkers all over the place, but especially here on the peninsula. So we have the president-elect for the Alaska Association of Realtors. We have the head of the Alaska Travel Industry Association. We have the person coordinating the Alaska Marine Highway System and the updates with the infrastructure bill. Everybody keeps talking about COVID. We don't want to talk about COVID, but we want to talk about medical and the impact it has on our economy. Look at what has grown here on the Central Peninsula over the last 4 or 5 years when it comes to the hospital and doctors and different things. So we've actually got the president and CEO of the Alaska State Hospital and Nursing Home Association is going to come and speak about the impact that medical has on our local economy. We also have the head of the Alaska Small Business and Development Center to talk about transition and succession planning for businesses. So if you're looking to sell a business or move it on. The new asset team leader for Hillcorp. The solar project that we've been working on here on the Kenai Peninsula. We not only have Brad Janorski, the CEO of Homer Electric, but also Jen Miller, the CEO of Renewable IPP, the head of Alaska Manufacturing, the head of the executive director for the Alaska Fisheries, the head of Gas and Oil, Kara Moriarty, Nolan Clouda from the Center for Economic Development will give us an overview of the economic update, and also that will kick off the statewide comprehensive economic development strategy for the whole state, which is due by next September. They're actually going to kick it off here in Kenai. And then also a presentation from Jeff Hedrick from Alupik Pride Marine Institute, which is the big new research facility over in Seward. So it's a full-packed day. Everything is like TED Talk, so it's 20-minute, quick hit kinds of things. We'd love to see you all there, whether it be online or in person. Please come in person. We already have, we opened up registration yesterday, and we had 20-some people already have gone ahead and registered. So here's the information. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them for you.
Any questions for Mr. Dillon? I know it's always been a great event in the past. Look forward. I'm happy to have it back in Kenai. Thank you for that, Tim. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Okay, so that concludes public comment for this. And before we move to public hearings, I see representatives from BDO. Ms. Murner's here. Is now a good time for you to? Okay. Glad you made it.
I'm glad I made it too. It's one of those Raven days you're just not sure about.
So we have, I should introduce you, Joy Murner, BDO USA, LLP, presentation of the FY 2021 City of Kenai Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, federal and state single audit reports, and audit wrap-up.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello, everyone. It's nice to actually be with you. That's so exciting to be here in person. It's been quite the year, and the financial statements are fairly hot off the presses. So I will go through just a few summary things for you, and I don't expect you to have read through the financial statements, but one thing to just let you know about on the financials is we're actually earlier this year than we ever have been able to do that. Really, in the last 4 or 5 years, it seems between CARES and the federal government's timing on guidance related to CARES, and then the pension information from the state of Alaska, it seems like there's been something that's held us up. And typically we try to issue by the end of December, but I don't think we've been able, because of external factors, to do that for quite some time. And Terry was really nice to me because I was planning to fly to Africa on December 15th, so he wanted me to get into this meeting. So he pushed really hard to get me here today and got these out in time for that. I unfortunately won't get to go to Africa anymore, but that's okay. I'm glad to be here with you. And to have this done so early in such a pretty profound year, I think is a real testament to your team. So I'm going to cover a few key highlights, and Terry's handing out what we call our wrap-up. And this is our required communications to you as the council. So for those of you I've not met before, my name's Joy. I'm the office managing partner of BDO in Anchorage, and I've been working for our office for almost 20 years. I have Travis Werba with me. He's a local Kenai kid, and he was the manager on your engagement. So he's been working on your job for, now 4 or 5 years. And if there are any hard questions, I'll make him come up here and answer them. But we're really pleased to work with your team. You have an excellent finance team. This has not been an easy year to be in financial management. If you remember back to some of the decisions you were making about the CARES Act and how those funds would be distributed and used by your community, all of those decisions resulted in checks that your finance department had to write and reports they had to generate, and a lot of different approvals and applications, and quite a lot of process that went through in the course of this year. So just really, I'll just say that to start. It's been a big year and a lot of different changing pieces and parts. So we're brought in, and we're actually technically we work for you as the council because we're public accountants. We're hired by your management team to come in and do an independent audit of the financials. This is a after the fact control. So we come in after the work has already been done, after the financial information is complete, to make sure the books and records were closed properly, to make sure the information contained in your financial statements is fairly presented. So that's our job. We also are hired to do your federal single audit. And your federal single audit is required because you receive enough federal awards that the White House makes you do a separate audit to make sure that you're in compliance with your federal awards. And we'll look really briefly at that, but this year we audited CARES and the Airport Improvement Program. Airport Improvement did receive some amount of COVID money, which is why we had to audit it again this year. And so, you know, we're brought in to do all of that. We work really closely for the management team, but we work for the public really. We're kind of the last set of eyes on this information before it gets published and released. So you should have a handout, which is much nicer looking. Mine didn't get nicely bound. But this is your annual comprehensive financial report. And this is a comprehensive report of all the financial information of the city for 2021. Yours has a beautiful picture. I've walked right there on that beach, so that's kind of fun to see. But this is one of the documents that the city keeps kind of in perpetuity, at least for probably the next 20-30 years. So your citizens are going to be able to reference this if they ever needed to. So what I'd like to do, so before we go on to that, you should also have an audit wrap-up, which just got handed out. And that's my communication to you. I'm going to summarize it for those of you on Zoom. If you don't have the handout, it's okay. I'm going to summarize the key points for you. So if we start by looking at the executive summary and the status on page 5. Our audit is complete, signed, released. The third bullet point here is that we issued an unmodified opinion. So this is a clean opinion on the financial statements. And this is the opinion that we provide and your team uses for grant applications, and also you as the council should want to see an unmodified or a clean opinion. That means that we believe this information to be fairly presented in all material respects. The next bullet point is pretty important because we issued our report on internal control on financial reporting and on compliance, and we issued an unmodified on the next bullet point, an unmodified opinion on your single audit report, your federal schedule, and we released that as well today. So that is fairly boring. There's nothing very exciting to report to you in terms of the audit results, but there was a lot of work that went into it this year, especially with CARES and with the airport improvement funding changes. So that's the summary of the kind of the opinions. The last bullet point, your team, their cooperation was excellent. I mean, even last closeout requests last week with the holidays and yesterday getting everything finalized. It's a really tough time to get that all done, and they were able to get that done and done with excellence. So as always, your team is very responsive. We were here in person for the audit, and we were able to get through most of that test work during that time. And Terry is one of the finance directors, the few in the state that draft their own financial statements. This entire thing, I think it's, for those of you online, it's 118 pages, so it's not short, and he is qualified to draft that, and there probably aren't that many people in the state who can do this entirely on their own the way that Terry does. So it does really speak highly of your team that they can perform at that level. So on page 6, results of the audit, a couple key things here. We have to tell you about anything that we think is kind of concerning for you to be aware of, changes from last year or significant estimates in the statements. You do have a change this year. It doesn't impact you all that much, but you do have 2 fiduciary funds, we call them, or custodial funds, where you essentially hold the money and pay bills or receive money, but you don't have any control over that. And those are in the financial statements. There was a change to the way that was reported this year, and it really doesn't affect you all that much, but that was GASB 84, and those are for the Kenai Senior Connection and the Kenai Community Foundation. And you might not even be aware of that. Your team's really not managing the use of the funds, but just managing the ins and the outs for those 2 entities. And then also you do have a couple estimates. So most of the numbers in this statement are what I would say just very easy to identify what the number should be. So for example, you know how much money you have in the bank because it's on a bank statement, or you know how much money you paid somebody in payroll. But there are certain things in the statements that are estimated. And the biggest one being your pension liabilities. Those are based on state estimates, and you really have no control over that estimate. It is what it is. The state tells you, they hire an actuary, and they try to figure it out. Those liabilities did go down significantly this year because of market performance primarily. So just when we're looking at the statements, that's something that did decrease, but it's not really something you have a whole lot of control over. And it's not something you're going to be paying any differently. You're still paying your 22% contribution rate. You also have allowances sometimes for uncollectible accounts. Generally speaking, your citizens do a good job of paying their bills, so you really don't have an allowance booked at this point. And this federal government, the grading agencies tend to pay their bills so far anyway, so that's good, and no allowances booked on those areas. Page 7, we'll touch on a few aspects of the financial report when we look at that in a moment. And on page 8, there were no corrected or uncorrected misstatements. I always challenge my team to find journal entries, things that are wrong that we can fix. And you know, we kind of make it all a competition. You know, we got to make sure that we are being independent, looking for things that might be wrong. Here's the truth, though. Terry and Sue, they call me in the middle of the year. Hey, I'm trying to record this. This is a little unusual. And for example, you did a bond refunding this year. We were getting a phone call when it was happening with the uses and proceeds statement and saying, hey, this is how I think it needs to be done. He was using us as a technical resource throughout the year. So when we get to the end of the year, that means the books and records are clean and no audit adjustments. And so that just is a good working relationship with your team. And nothing we identified that needed to be corrected that wasn't during the course of the audit. Let's touch briefly on page 10. Because internal controls are really important, and you actually set the tone of the internal control environment here at the city. We have a responsibility to look at the internal control system, what checks and balances are in place. We look at, for example, the financial information you're given as a council on a regular basis. We read through your minutes, and you set the tone at the top. But also we look at the process for cutting checks, for reviewing the bank statements, bank reconciliations, approval of timesheets. That's something that we look at. And every employee here is part of that process, and pretty robust system. I will say that this changed everywhere to some degree with COVID, because certain employees maybe were doing things remotely, or there were different kind of systems set up on temporary basis for the closures, but we didn't find any issues. And in fact, there was one timesheet that wasn't signed. It was caught by your team and fixed immediately with the next paycheck. So that just kind of speaks to a control system that's designed to catch errors and fix them as they happen. So that really speaks pretty highly of your team as well. Other required communications on page 12 and 13. I have to tell you, if we had disagreements or difficulties, significant findings, issues, abuse, all very boring, nothing to report in that regard. And then there is attached, just for your reference, a copy of the representation letter. And the representation letter is signed by your team because this is their financial statement, not ours. And this representation letter just says that, yes, we represent that the information in here is correct to the best of our knowledge. And this is important for you to remember. The financial statements, people think, oh, it's the auditor's report, I think we have 3 pages now. They've made it go 3 pages. But we have 3 pages of this. The rest is your financial statements that your team generates. So questions on that before we go through a few highlights on the financials?
Any questions? Councilmember Petty.
Is this, I can ask a question for anything previously that you visited?
Whatever you'd like to ask, yes.
Okay. Do you have the percentage of, hold on 2 seconds, on page 6 there, what our unfunded liability is for our city, please?
Yes, so Actually, there's about 15 pages of footnotes about the pension.
Okay.
Which is a great reading material when you're really tired at night. But at the end of the day, your pension liability across the entire city, and this is just your portion, the state has a portion as well, your pension liability is $14.6 million.
Any other questions?
Okay, so your comprehensive annual comprehensive financial report. Oh, sorry, is there another question?
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, I always ask this question, and I don't know if this is in your sequence to answer it, but are we setting aside sufficient funds for repair, renewal, and replacement of major buildings in our town, such as the senior center or this building, or maybe our public safety? Do you see that we're doing that, or is that something that we can improve on and maybe budget just a little differently, in your opinion?
That's an excellent question, Vice Mayor. And, as being part of being independent is I get to have no opinion on these things, but let's look at the numbers because that's something I try to highlight for you because I know that's something that you ask most of the time. So I have a note to mention that and point that out on the statements. So I think we can see that pretty quickly if we look at the statements themselves. So if you look on page 23 of the statements, this is a statement of financial position or net position, which is showing you kind of at one point in time on June 30th what you had in assets and liabilities. So your total capital assets at the end of, this is at the end of June, the total capital assets is actually easier to see in the back, was about $154 million in total. And that's just for your governmental. The senior center is another about 2.3 million. That's most of your assets, right? Your fixed assets, your capital assets, as we call them. Most of your assets are tied up in capital assets. You're not going to turn around and sell this building and liquidate it for cash. But you do have other assets, things like mostly cash, actually, and investments. You do have receivables, some of those other types of things there. But if you look at the depreciation. So depreciation is on, the best place to see depreciation is actually on page 30 for your governmental funds. I'll give you a moment to look there. I'm sorry, it's 34. And this is kind of it answers your question sort of in a nutshell. Terry breaks this out for you pretty easy to see. So depreciation is the rate at which your kind of assets deteriorate, is what you can think of it. So you spend $100, it's a 10-year asset, it's basically a $10 charge per year. So it's already paid for, but you're going to allocate the cost over time. And your depreciation for your governmental assets was $4.5 million, and you had additions of $4.3 million. So almost enough to cover kind of the depletion or the depreciation of those assets. Now that doesn't account for the fact that they were purchased at this price, and when they go to be replaced, it might not be replaced at the same price. But technology also improves, so it's hard to determine that. So at this point, it's sort of a break even in terms of what the depreciation is and the capital. When we look at the senior center in a minute, or the congregate housing, I guess is what we're calling it, I'll point out kind of how that looks.
That's always my question.
Okay, we'll look at that in a moment. So I think the next page I'd like to look at is actually page 32. Because 32 is going to give you the revenue and expenses for your governmental funds. And you can see here the general fund and the CARES fund are the two largest that are broken out here. You have some non-major funds that are included in the back schedules. But your total general fund expenditures of $13.2 million this year. CARES is another 6.5. Keep in mind that some of the CARES money was used to cover public safety salaries. And so, almost kind of got to look at the public safety portion of CARES is typically part of the general fund in past years. So there's a little bit of a balance there to look at that. Things are very different with the CARES money, and we're going to see that also in 2022 with the ARPA money. And then who knows with I don't even know how they're calling it, EJA or IIJA, that also is going to change things a bit. So some of these numbers are fluctuating a lot. But overall, the general fund was at a 1.15 million increase from last year. That's after transfers. Before transfers was at 3.2 million. So I would say when we were sitting here a year ago, we didn't know where that would be. We didn't know what would happen with sales taxes. We didn't know what would happen with a lot of things. So I think we still don't know. And I'm very thankful that I have clients that have been conservative. I think it's also important to note when you look at the total fund balance for the general fund of 14 million, frankly, a lot of that is tied up and committed. You have some reserves and things that you've committed to as a council, but 14 million overall is about a year's worth of total expenditures, which as we kind of saw this year, that maybe not too much, isn't too much. I'm not telling you how much your reserves need to be, but I think everyone was thankful who had reserves going into this pandemic, knowing that they could keep their police on the streets and keep their doors open and their city services provided. So I think there's some level of uncertainty to plan for, and I'm happy to see the net position or the fund balance that you have sitting in the general fund. That's certainly a number to watch as we move through the next couple of years, because a lot can happen in the next couple of years. I'm hopeful for our economy. They're not shutting down Kenai. They're shutting down Africa, but they're not shutting down Kenai. So maybe I'll come here for Christmas instead. The next page I want to look at is related to congregate housing. So that's on page 35. Congregate housing has $3 million of assets. Total depreciation this year was about $140,000. And really, this year there was not an investment in construction of capital assets in the congregate housing fund for various reasons. So that amount that was depreciated was not replaced in the current year. Other assets held by the Congregate Housing Fund include cash and cash equivalents primarily. You owed a little bit in accounts payable, or those amounts due to vendors. And then the big page to look at is page 36, because overall the Congregate Housing Fund did generate a loss this year of $59,891. Keep in mind 140 of that is not cash because it's depreciation. So overall you are generating cash from operations. And you can see that on page 37, total cash from operations of about $75,000. You use that to do a little bit of investment, but overall your total cash did increase this year. Just keep in mind, and we've mentioned it for several years, to watch out for that budgeting and the planning for the replacement. And I know I'm out of time, so I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, for going a little bit over. I do want to point out that if you have really just want to take a moment of your time over the next couple weeks to read through the management discussion and analysis. It begins on page 13. This is a great resource for you just to see the changes from last year to this year. And Terry spent a lot of time putting in why did those changes occur. So this is a good place to look for answers to your questions, and it's also a good way to kind of talk about your city, find out the information about your city and what happened this year, so that you can communicate that with your constituents. And then the last thing I'll mention is at the end of the statements, the last, 15 pages or so, are your statistics. And the statistics are my favorite part. I don't even audit these, which is even better. So the statistics section has statistics about financial trends, which we do audit, just for the record, but revenue capacity and debt capacity, some demographic, economic information, and operating information. So if you want to know about your principal taxpayers, or how the rates have changed over time, or your spending on specific categories over a period of time, this is a great place to look for those types of information. I'll just finish off by saying that you do have a single audit report. I've mentioned already we didn't have any findings. It's rather boring, except I will just say it's not boring because the total this year was way high compared to the past. 10 million, 10.6 million almost of expenditures of federal awards. And that all ran through your finance department upstairs. A significant lift. All the departments were really involved. I know that Scott's pretty involved in making sure the procurement gets followed and keeping everybody in check. And we got calls throughout the year about this money because they were changing the rules on you left and right. So we did our best to try to inform your team. And just coming out of this without a single audit finding is pretty stellar. So I'll conclude there and take any other questions you have. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Mariner? Wow. I do, and I appreciate the time I did meet with Mr. Werba and your team, and I can attest to the fact that there was probably a competition going on, and they were frantically working, and it's always amazing when I go in there and to see all the people pecking away. But I do have a question about how, some of the COVID relief money that was received by the city and how it was spent. There was some word that it might have been, I think I heard the term laundered, like we were running a money laundering scheme here by taking money and putting it into first responder payroll. Is there an opinion regarding how it, and I have full confidence in our administration and finance department, but would like to hear from you if there was any concerns regarding how that money was handled.
And that's an excellent question, one I'm getting fairly frequently. So the CARES money, when it came out, there was very little guidance. I think you took a very conservative approach right off the gate to making sure that you were following the rules. The FAQ changed all the way until I think December 23rd of 2020. That's how long it took them to decide that they were done changing the rules. And then they decided you could have even longer to spend it, 7 days before it was due to be spent. So I think a lot of communities were struggling with, how do we spend this effectively? But then the pandemic's not over, right? It's not that this was a 3-month problem. This became a much larger problem and uncertainty around the economy. So what we do as a major program to audit it, we do not audit every expense that was charged to CARES, and the federal standards don't require us to, nor do you want us to. That would have cost you a lot more. But what we do is we employ samples. And in this case, we consider this a high-risk program because it's new to the world. Not just new to you, it's new to the federal government, and the rules were changing along the way. So that meant our sample sizes were pretty high. That meant they were pulling all sorts of detail and backup. And we test against the federal CFRs, the Code of Federal Regulations. That's how we do our audit test. Does this meet the test against the CFR? And we found no exceptions to any of our test work. We pick a sample of payroll, we pick a sample of grants. There were some of the grants you awarded that are considered subrecipients where you gave money to a community organization. We tested those separately, and we also tested your grants for the assistance programs. Those were all tested separately at sample sizes that are most of them at 60 each. So a lot. We found no exceptions to any of that test work. And it was all in line with the Code of Federal Regulations. So to answer your question, my opinion is that it's up to the council to decide how that money should be spent, and you spent it in line with the federal regulations. If you look at the way some of the other communities chose to use that money, many other communities are in a much more difficult position from a financial statement perspective than you are in terms of their general fund balance. And having the flexibility going into 2022 and that's the part of the reason why you allocate things to public safety. Public safety was allowable, but having the flexibility to not just decimate your fund balance and your general fund, I think is a wise move. I don't have an opinion on whether you should have done it that way or not. You're the council, you make the decision, I audit it. That's it. So I audited against the Code of Federal Regulations and against what your wishes were when you approved the budget. But we had found no evidence of laundering, no evidence of anything outside of the allowable activities or cost rules during our test work.
Thank you. Any questions? Any other questions or comments for Ms. Mariner as we move forward? Well, thank you again for coming down and presenting. Thank you, Travis, for the time spent, and glad you were able to make it.
Yeah, thank you so much for your flexibility. I guess I should have just booked myself on the 2 o'clock, but here I am. You all know that by now, probably. I didn't even get it. I don't know.
Mayor, could we have a 10-minute at ease?
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute at ease. I'd like to call our city council meeting back to order, and I believe we're on public hearings now. Item D1, ordinance number 3254-2021, amending Kenai Municipal Code, section 14.05.025, telephonic participation at Planning and Zoning Commission meetings to provide for remote electronic participation in Planning and Zoning Commission meetings by commission members. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to enact ordinance 3254, 2021.
I second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3254-2021?
Anyone on Zoom can unmute yourself or use the raise hand feature.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council? Deliberation? Councilmember Naxton.
No, just since nobody said anything, I appreciate the letter, the article in the paper today about this, and it's consistent with what we're doing as a council, and I think planning and zoning should be able to do it as well.
Yeah, I'd like to note that this was passed unanimously by planning and zoning at their October meeting. Seeing no other discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet?
Yes?
Motion passes.
Thank you. Council on item D2, ordinance number 3255-2021, accepting and appropriating grants from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security passed through the State of Alaska Department of Military and Veterans Affairs for the purchases of public safety radios for police, fire, and communications department. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to enact ordinance 3255, 2021.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3255-2021?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council? Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, if we could just have a brief comment from the city manager as to why we're spending this amount of money. I believe it has to do with obsolescence and replacement of equipment for standards of operation, but he can say it more elegantly than I.
Mr. Ostrander, could you give us an overview, please?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning, I'd actually defer to Police Chief Ross.
Chief Ross.
Councilor Glendenning, through the mayor, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Glendenning. So the question was just an overview of this grant. So for the last 4 or 5 years, we've been trying and succeeding to get grant monies to replace all of our radios. The first phase of the dispatch radio is about $400,000, and this phase is probably going to be about $200,000. And we've also been working to replace all the portable radios that officers and firefighters carry and all the mobile radios that are in all the vehicles. So we're still working on that. It's been a very expensive and time-consuming project to get grant funds, but we've been succeeding at doing that. The reason for it is they are becoming obsolete. There's new standards that they require. The old ones are still working at the moment, but we can't get parts for them. The dispatch radios, the vendor, if there's problems with them, was looking for parts on the used market. They're not available anymore. They're not servicing that equipment. So hopefully when we finish this radio project over the next year or two, we're good for the next 15 years. It would be my hope. But that's upgrading a whole emergency services radio system is the goal.
Does that answer your question, Vice Mayor?
Thank you.
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, are we still maintaining a legacy system here, our old radio system too, or have we made the transition to where we're just working off the Alaska Land Mobile radio system?
Councilor Basin, through the mayor, we are maintaining that, and part of this funds will continue to do that. So we primarily use Almar for regular police and fire communications, but Almar does go down. There's probably a few hours a year, and that then we use our legacy channels, is what we call them, so that those radios are being upgraded in this, so they're always available. I think there's good reason for that. You know, in the event of a disaster or something, Almar radios require every portable radio has to come to the tower and then come back out. It doesn't radio to radio. So in the event of a disaster where that tower didn't work or the Almar system was down, if we go back to our legacy channel, the communication can go right from radio to radio, and it doesn't have to go through a tower. So I think there's good reason to at least maintain one police and one fire legacy channel, and that's our plan through this project.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Police Chief Ross? Seeing none, thank you, Chief. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden.
Yes.
Councilmember Stonart.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat.
Yes?
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Council, we're on item D3, resolution number 2021-68, authorizing a budget transfer in the CARES Act Recovery Fund, First Responder and Incident Management Team Payroll, CARES Act Administration, and Non-Payroll and Individual Assistance Grants Department. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2021-68.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2021-88? 68, I'm sorry.
Anybody on Zoom can unmute yourself or use the raise hand feature.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden.
Yes.
Councilmember Stonart.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat.
Yes?
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Council, we're on item D4, resolution number 2021-69, approving the execution of a lease of airport fund lands using the standard lease form between the City of Kenai and Integrated Account Management, Inc., on Lot 3, Block 3, Cook Inlet Industrial Air Park Subdivision. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2021-69.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2021-69?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council? Councilmember Naxton.
Kind of a quick question for the city manager. I was wondering if this format was in complete conformance with Title 21 that we modified back in 2018.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Naxtat. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2021-69 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2021-70, opposing government mandates requiring vaccines and face coverings related to COVID-19. Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 2021-70.
I second that.
And I will have an amendment.
Okay, very good. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2021-70? Please come forward and please give your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Garrett Ennis. I live in Kenai, 114 Harbor Avenue. So I'm here to support Resolution 2021-70. The main reasons, and I'll try and keep things brief, is because, for one, it reinforces the idea of freedom and liberty for each individual to choose. And we also are seeing lots of evidence and data coming forward that vaccines are actually injuring a lot of people. And for some reason, this information is being still kind of stifled and censored. So I think that this is important that this city council recognizes. I'd like to make a suggestion. Hopefully it doesn't throw too much of a wrench in the gears here, but it does say that you will oppose or do not support government mandates. I don't know if we can change the language maybe to say that we will not enforce government mandates requiring individuals, et cetera. Section 1 says the council opposes all government mandates. Maybe we can change that to either say, I don't know what, as far as the authority this body can do, but nullify or, again, not enforce. This kind of goes in line with the City Council of Oroville in California, who actually just recently passed a resolution saying they're a constitutional republic. So, and the language that they use in the resolution was, we will not enforce government mandates, which I think is kind of important. Now, let me just address one of the emails that one of the public comments by email, because they did say that the resolution is divisive and counterproductive and as an ineffective public statement. I don't see that as such because I see it as a city standing with the people that are coming for you and letting you know that we don't believe that businesses should have that ability to coerce people to get a vaccine or make people get a vaccine or else they lose their jobs. That's one of the aspects that we're seeing happen across the country. So is ineffective? What's the authority of the body? I don't really know. Maybe somebody can comment on that, but I think it's a good step forward, and I do want to support that. I think it's a good resolution. I think it's a good step forward in the right direction. And let me just kind of say with my last little bit of time that I have here, that it's important that we stand for natural God-given rights, because as such, those cannot be abrogated by any type of government. So it doesn't matter if it's federal, state, those rights are God-given and cannot be abrogated. So for you guys to stand in with this resolution, I think is really good for the community. So thank you.
Any questions? Was it Mr. Ennis?
Yes.
Any questions of Mr. Ennis? Seeing none, thank you.
Great, thanks.
Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to Resolution 2021-70? Ms. Smalley?
Susan Smalley, 105 Linwood Lane. I was inspired by him as well, so I didn't plan to speak. But is anyone smoking in this room today? It was a God-given right to smoke when we were working on smoke-free workplaces. And where the rubber meets the road is where and people say, well, people eat things that are bad for them. If you sit here and you eat your salad and I eat my donuts will not affect your eating. So that doesn't cross over. Smoking crosses over. The vaccine, I would love to hear the statistics about all the places they're showing the vaccine is causing people harm. I would like, okay, is research, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's not
City
debate.
Council, sorry. Yes, I would really like the sources of that because I do my research. And I could list the friends that have died of COVID. I could list the people who are waiting for surgeries. My husband had surgery in December last year. He waited 3 different times because unvaccinated COVID patients filled up the hospital. And I have a friend outside who's been waiting 9 months for back surgery. She's in pain 24/7. If I told you her name, you would know her because she's from here. So when that crosses over, when my behavior can affect your behavior, we do seatbelts, We do car seats for children. Nobody would put a kid in the back of a truck and go blazing 65 miles an hour. We used to think that was a fine thing. You know, we used to think that was fine. So we are at the point where I know it hurts businesses to have COVID. And Save You More has worked really hard, and all they get is a full ream of shit for asking people to mask. It is their business. It is their business. They say their employees and customers. So if I have a business, can I tell people what to do, or can you tell me what I can tell people to do? You know, with government overreach, this feels just like government overreach when you can't have employees. I volunteer at the hospital. I have to have vaccines, lots and lots of vaccines. And that's always been the case in the school. Children have to have vaccines. So I just think that this is something, first of all, you don't have the power to do anything about it. So once again, it's a dog whistle. It's a way to be divisive. And it just doesn't feel like the Kenai that I have lived in and loved in for so long. So I just think this kind of business where you're telling businesses what they can do or what they can't do, I think it feels odd, and it feels like government overreach to me. Yes?
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Ms. Smalley, for the comment. So I helped author this, and this is not telling businesses what they can do. So a private business in this city that wants to have a mandate can do that. Then we can decide with our own purchase power if we want to go into that business or not. So this has nothing to do with, use Safeway as an example. Safeway can do what they want to do with their mandates for their employees. This is about government dictating it, forcing us to do it.
Well, when related to the hospital, if I go to the hospital, I don't want people caring for me who are not vaccinated. If I'm sick enough to go to the hospital, it's like, why would I want unvaccinated people to care for me? And the government is that is a requirement in that, because it's about health care.
So I worked in emergency services for 35 years, and I never fired anybody for not getting vaccinated, or they never lost their job for not getting vaccinated. Up until this point is when it started. So for 35 years, I've had employees that we had to vaccinate in the fire service area, and it was never a point of me having to decide whether I was going to let them go or not, whether they received a vaccination.
And today it would be different, right?
It will be different as the direction we're going in. That's what I'm worried about.
And I also want the EMTs and everybody who come to my house, I want them to be vaccinated.
They would be protecting you because they'd be wearing masks, and they may be vaccinated, they may not, but that should be their decision because they might not be able to be vaccinated, and they could still lose their job. We've got up until just recently here with the court cases that we've had medical professions that were just getting ready to lose their job because of not being vaccinated. These are the people who have protected us for the last 2.5 years.
I wish they would continue protecting us. I know we have I appreciate the fact, but times have changed. We also don't smoke in here.
I think it's completely different.
Yeah.
I'll move on.
Well, it's about health, and it's about people affecting other people's health, in my opinion.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smalley. A question. You said that your husband had an operation in December of last year?
Yes.
And that you would only want care from people that are vaccinated. Is that true?
Yes.
The vaccine wasn't available last December when your husband...
Well, of course, yeah.
And he took the medical care then.
But there wasn't a vaccination, you're right. And he needed a triple bypass and a valve replacement. So it wasn't like it was the facelift. So it wasn't an option. But we waited 3 times because the hospital was filled with unvaccinated people who needed care.
They were all unvaccinated
Not
in December.
all of them, of course. Well, I mean, and future, subsequently. But the unvaccinated people who were not masking and not distancing and were, that is the difference. People taking precautions as opposed to not.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out they were unvaccinated in December. There wasn't a population that was vaccinated or unvaccinated in December.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Any further questions of Ms. Smalley? Thank you. And I hope Al's doing well.
Oh, he's doing great.
Good.
Yeah, 3
Very
times.
Very good, thank you. Is there anybody else in the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2021-70?
My name's Queen Harper, live in Sterling. And I do support the resolution 2021-70 because I do stand for liberty and freedom. You know, when that lady was speaking, it can go the other way too because I've done research where people that have been vaccinated have cooties. And so, you know, but I let them live. And so, you know, we have to let each other live. And because I'm not against people wearing masks or what they want to get shots, whatever they want to do, but to be mandated to be forced to do something takes away our liberty and our freedom. And even, you know, it covers our identity when we wear masks, and we're breathing in our own CO2. You know, we need oxygen to breathe. You know, I see people jogging out fresh air with masks on. I think, wow. But, you know, that's their choice. You know, they can do that. You know, so they can do cartwheels or whatever. But anyway, so I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Parker? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2021-70? Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. My name is Margaret Gilman, and I live at 36775 Genoma Drive. And I think Susan Smalley actually had the greatest example with the smoking thing in terms of government intervention for public safety. I would like you to turn down Resolution 2021-70 because right now in the city of Kenai, what you are in charge of, there are no government mandates for either a vaccine or a mask requirement. My understanding at the airport, there is a mandate for masking. Whatever you decide on this resolution tonight isn't going to change what happens at the airport because federal law supersedes the act of this body. So in my view, bringing this forward is not something that is necessary at this time, and it divides the community. It absolutely divides the community. You can look in this room, and there's two people wearing a mask. By this time, everybody has a pretty fixed opinion on vaccines. I'm triple boosted, by the way. I'm a big supporter of that. They have their opinion at this point in terms of where are they in vaccines, where are they in masks. This resolution is not necessary. This resolution is adding to making the pandemic a political animal. And instead of making it about politics, we need to make it about people. Our community is divided. Our country is divided. Our state is divided. Instead of passing this resolution, your Kenai City Council could do something to bring us together and say, we're not going to make this resolution when we have no reason to. Instead of doing things to divide us, I ask that you please do things to unite us as a community. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 2021-70?
Hi there, my name is Bobby Jundicke and I live here in Kenai. And I am in support of this resolution because I am so for people being able to make their own choice in whatever they want to do regarding what's going on in our country. Free choice is, to me, just as paramount. And I appreciate the volume being turned up in here. I asked for the volume to be turned up because I have some diminished hearing. And earlier before the break, you guys were talking, but it was just mumbling. And when I'm around people that are wearing a mask that talk to me, I have to admit I can hardly understand what they're saying because I have found I am reading lips more and more. And so I just really support Kenai to have us to be able to make our own choices and to be able to smile and see each other and to just see how we interact and support each other. But I just wanted to make a mention that I personally know of 17 people who have died from COVID or died after
within a month or 2 months after receiving their shots, except one that I know recently passed on, did not have the shot. But today, my mother was buried, and she had received both of the shots. And I really saw her decline very quickly. So once again, I'm just reiterating that I'm just totally for freedom and our free choices here in Kenai. And I think everybody here will make their own personal choice and make a good choice. And I love seeing people at the grocery store, and I love going to the library. I go there quite a bit and interact with people, and I just love the choices that we have here. So thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Jedlicke? Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just wanted to say thank you for coming and testifying, and condolences for the loss of your mother.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance, or resolution rather, number 2021-70? Ms. Christian.
In the interest of being able to hear me, I'll take this off. I've recently traveled, and I'm trying to protect people by wearing a mask. A lot of the discussion about these mandates.
Could you give your name and address for the record, please? Yeah.
That's right, because you know me, I assume it. My name is Barbara Christian, 410 Rogers Road, Kenai. A lot of the discussion about the mandates has to do with freedom, and I would like to state that since I have been wearing a mask and since I have been vaccinated, I have freedom. I've been able to go to Hawaii. I've been able to visit Europe, where, by the way, you have to prove your vaccination before you can go into a place. You have to, you can't get into the country without proving it. And I was willing to do that because it gave me freedom. I have been pretty much homebound since COVID started, first because there was no vaccine, and then because only 50% of our population is vaccinated. I don't want to get that bug. And some people get it as a breakthrough even though they're vaccinated. So it has limited my freedom to not have people vaccinated and to not have people being careful of my health by wearing the mask. I know that that's an unpopular stand, but I'm used to taking unpopular stands. I just wanted to state that freedom goes both ways. And if you see that freedom lies in following the mandates or the suggestions for public health, that's freedom too. And I'm being limited by people from the other side, just as they feel they are being limited by me. I just wanted to state the balance. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Christian? Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to testify to?
Is it on?
It should be, yeah.
My name's Christine Hutchinson, and I live right down here on Beaver Loop. I wasn't going to speak about this, and I really don't think, from my perspective, I don't think it's all that useful. But there comes a point, we've lived currently in 40 years of apathy, and we are on the cusp of something not too exciting. And I'm really fearful of it, and I'm going to stand here and tell you I'm not doing it, will not comply. Because I can't go another step, another day, knowing what's happening out of Washington. I don't believe the vaccine. It's not a vaccine. If it was a vaccine like smallpox and chickenpox, it would save you. But it's not. It's an injection of experimental materials. That's all it is. And I believe this ordinance, this resolution, will make a statement for this community, just like Oroville, California. We have got to take a stand somewhere. And if you don't take a stand for something, you'll die for anything. I mean, you have to take a stand. And you can say he's going to arrest me at the airport, so be it. If this is the hill I die on, so be it. My grandchildren are not vaccinated. And every time I hear something like this, I call my daughter and I beg her not to inject my grandchildren with this experimental material. it's not tested. Now, I know people are all comfortable with getting it, and yes, they should do whatever they feel they need to do. But I'm not going forward with any of it for myself, and I beg you not to do the same thing. It's not gonna, and I wasn't planning to speak, and I don't really think it's gonna be effective, except to say, here we stop, no more. But we've got to do that, and if you don't start doing it pretty soon, it'll be too late. Thank you very much.
Any questions of Ms. Hutchinson? Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2012-70?
Hi there, my name is Alice Heckert. I live on Overland Avenue. I support this resolution 100%. I think the wording should be even stronger. I hear a lot about personal freedom and all. I didn't go into Safeway when we were having to wear masks. I went to Three Bears. I participated that way. I think what a lot of us have forgotten is personal responsibility as well as our freedom. We have a responsibility, if we're sick, to stay home. If we have a responsibility, if we have that virus, not to go out. We have a responsibility to get tested. I've had COVID. I was vaccinated in April because I wanted to travel, and I held up my principles to see my grandchildren. The grandchildren won. So I got vaccinated because I didn't want to get stopped at the airport. I'm traveling again in December. If they require the stupid booster and it comes between me and my grandchildren, I'll take it, but I don't believe in it. I don't believe it's a vaccine. I think it's experimental. I think we're going to look down the road, particularly those that are vaccinating our children, and we're going to regret that. I think we need to be personally responsible. If we feel comfortable wearing a mask, wear the mask. Don't insist that everybody else wear it. My husband also had surgery last March, and the COVID was he was the last elective, it was an amputation, but he was the last surgery at J. Bear to go in. And he was stuck in the hospital for 2 or 3 weeks. He couldn't, the meds weren't right. They sent him to a nursing home that was at the most incompetent. He was locked down there. I couldn't see him. Nobody was vaccinated then. Nobody was vaccinated. They locked us out. They wouldn't even let him see his doctor. And they had people that couldn't run the machines and give him the antibiotics. So the medical profession has its own rules of competency and its own rules. And I have yet to be, and I've had many, many surgeries, or to be present at one where they weren't masked and gowned. People, when you're in the hospital, you expect germs, so they do that. They take every precaution. That doesn't mean that when I walk out that door, I can't take off my mask. I think we need to go back to personal responsibility. I support this resolution because it gives people the ability to choose, and that's personal responsibility. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Ms. Huckert? Seeing none, thank you. I see Mr. Peck has his hand up, so we'll go to Mr. Peck, who's calling in.
Yes, thank you. It's Dave Peck, 705 Sycamore Street in Kenai. Real briefly, I've been vaccinated myself, but I wouldn't want others ordered to have to do that. I believe it's choice. I think this ordinance would be a step to support freedom, even if it was, even if the city was overruled by the federal government. I still think it's sending a message, and so I would support this resolution.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Peck? I didn't mean to cut you off, or were you done?
Yep, all done.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Peck. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to a resolution number 2021-70? Ladies first.
Hi, my name is Kathy Medcoff, and I live on Pay Beach. And I just want to let you know that I support this resolution, and I thank you for bringing forth this resolution, because there is no reason for us to wait until things are in motion and going and moving towards not accepting this resolution. We need to be ready. We need to be thinking about this. This resolution really is based, not this resolution, but the shot is really is experimental, and it hasn't been proven. And you can compare it to smallpox and other things, but they knew they were not experimental. They knew that would be helpful. And there's talk all the time that you hear and you listen that people who take these shots are hurt, and that they're not doing much for anybody. And I truly do believe that we will lose our freedom and our lives if we're not careful. And I want to thank you for that, listening to me. Appreciate it.
Any questions of Ms. Metcalf? Thank you. Does anybody else like to speak to resolution number 2021-70?
Good evening. My name is Ken Brown. I hadn't planned on talking this evening. I live on Gooseberry Avenue down Funny River Road in Soldotna. But I wanted to come to this meeting tonight because I knew that this resolution was going to be spoken about. And I do not speak on behalf of any hospital or any institution, but I've been a registered nurse for 25 years, most of that critical care experience. And I've heard some things here tonight that are just incorrect. The vaccine, this medication is not a vaccine. They had to change the definition of what a vaccine is to be able to call what they're giving now a vaccine. It does not provide immunity. What I do now is I call people on a daily basis who have had labs run and tests done, call COVID positive people, and I call COVID negative people, call people that have been sick with it, people who tested positive, had no symptoms. People who have been vaccinated a lot of times are walking around with a false perception that they are immune to it, and when they feel ill, they don't bother to get tested. Some do, they test positive. My being vaccinated does not protect someone else from getting the virus. I could transmit it also. What the rates are, we don't know, because that's an inconvenient piece of information for people to look at, and what information is out there is highly censored. I support this resolution for you that you're considering. As Mr. Peck said, I believe it sends a message, and we're in a time where a message needs to be sent. People need to stand up and say what they believe and take a stand. That's all I have for you.
Any questions of Mr. Brown? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2021-70?
Anyone on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Mr. Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have an amendment that I'd like to present. The third whereas, I would like to delete as a condition of employment and ask for unanimous.
I'll second.
So we're just striking as a condition of employment.
That's correct. And I could read it as how it would say with that struck if you need me to.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and...
So the new whereas would be the council does not support government mandates requiring individuals to take COVID-19 vaccines or to wear face coverings in public facilities, schools, or for travel-related purposes.
It was moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll. Oh,
Could I?
yes.
So for discussion, and look, I can't change. As one of the authors here, thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. As one of the authors of this, I can't change the environment that we're in when it comes to what side you're on here. I have been affected just like anybody else. My family has been affected. I have relatives basically who have been forced to take a vaccine or lose their job. I've had children in school that have been harmed by the mandates put forward. I have a child in college right now that we are facing whether we're going to keep him in state or not because of one of the mandates at the university. So this is something that's going to be with us. We're almost into the third year of this. And I think at the local level, it is important that we make a statement on where we stand. That's why this is ended up in court at all levels.
Councilmember Bazin.
Yes.
Yeah, let's just speak to the amendment. I'll call.
I'm sorry. I
again,
thought we were in discussion. Sorry.
No, we haven't voted on the amendment yet, but I do have a question. If there's no other discussion, is under section 1 that there was another condition of employment. Is your intention to leave that in section 1 also?
That's correct.
Okay. So just, is there any discussion on the amendment to remove strike the as condition of employment in whereas number 3? I just, I guess let's speak to it here before we vote on it. I wasn't that opposed. It just, to me, though, I think I talked to Councilmember Bazin before the meeting because that wording was a little bit confusing regarding whether that was specific for condition of employment. I actually like the point that's the one point in, or one of the points in there I think is important to the resolution. So I guess I don't have a problem striking it if it's in the section 1, but I'll just read what wording it would have been better to me. But anyway, any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Baisden requested unanimous consent.
Oh, sorry. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2021-70 as amended. Mr. Baisden, now you can.
Sorry, Mayor, for that.
No worries.
But again, the goal here is for us at the local level to make a statement. We're seeing things come down at the federal level now. A lot of lawsuits dealing with mandates. This city has done a lot of things right. I applaud what this council has done. We're a home rule city, so we do have a lot of power. I could say we could do the opposite. If this group up here was voting on mass mandates right now, tomorrow this school district would have mass mandates in this city. We have that power to do that. So just the opposite, and they would use that in their favor. So I want to use this in our favor to show that we need to respect. I'm not anti-vaccine. I want you to get vaccinated. I take allergy shots every 4 weeks. I'm not an anti-vaccine person. I want everybody to wear a mask. We're 3 years into this. I think mandates make more people less likely to get the vaccine than it does to help it. I didn't create that, but I want to make a statement here. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further discussion on resolution number 2021-70 as amended? Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I, too, have seen the efforts our body has put forth in this past year since we've rolled out the vaccines. We have made every effort as a body to have accessibility to the vaccines. We have never denied that. We have really stood ground on personal choice. Could have implemented a mask mandate like Soldotna did. And ultimately, Soldotna mask mandates have actually mandated them out of their own facilities. So when you go to their pie auction, it was held at the Sterling Senior Center. So Their CES fundraiser last night was held at the Flats Bistro. So a lot of the functions that we see in this Soldotna city limits with their mask mandate have actually gone to other areas. So I'm proud that our body has always given access. We've never denied access to anybody for making their own choice for themselves, and that's what we will continue to do. I recently just came back from Florida, and Florida is an example of some say what doesn't work and some say what works. But what I've seen is people wearing masks that said, hey, I'm just grateful to have the choice to work and the choice to get back to work. And a governor that I'm willing to wear a mask to work, but I have the choice in the end to get the shot or not get the shot. And that has driven a lot of people moving into that area that are just thankful to have a freedom and choice because they haven't had that in other states that they've been in. I think this sends the message that we are for choice and we're not going to mandate, we're not going to shut down. We're leaving that for you to decide. We're not saying that don't not get the vaccine or not wear a mask. We're just saying that is your choice to do so. I think we've all know somebody that's died from COVID and we're not taking anything away from that. In the end, I have seen my dad, who's on Zoom, has bladder cancer. And at the start of this pandemic, his doctor was so fearful that he hasn't been into a treatment in 2 years. And I've heard this being a common denominator. So when we have doctors that are so fearful of contracting this, even after they're vaccinated, even after the mask, that we're denying services, I think that's where this is not a freedom of choice anymore. We don't have freedom to get basic services, medical services, because of fear. So it's time to kind of, I guess, draw a line in the sand stating that this is going to be a freedom of choice for us all, and that I respect your choice to get vaccinated. I respect your choice to wear a mask, as it should be respected the other way around. Thank you.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes. When I read this resolution, I did not see it as a divisive tool to divide our community. I looked at it as the opportunity to focus on our personal liberties and personal freedoms. And as of November the 29th, the State of Alaska Department of Law had a lawsuit, and the court sided with Alaska and 9 other states in denying the vaccine mandate to stop the federal government from their broad overreach for vaccine mandates for healthcare workers. And so with this resolution, I believe it is making a statement in giving our community the freedom and liberty with which to make their own personal decisions. And I'm thankful that it's been brought forward, and I want it to be stated personally that it's not a tool to be used in a divisive or a separating manner with which to divide our community. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Sonard.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I would like to echo the words of Councilmember Petty. When I read this resolution, I too did not see it as divisive. I saw it as upholding personal choice, liberty, and freedom of choice. What would be divisive to me would be if everybody was mandated to wear a mask, to do the same thing, if everybody was mandated to get an experimental gene therapy. That's divisive because you're forcing people who have, in their own conscience, have made a different choice. This resolution, actually, it plays to both sides of the opinion because it gives freedom of choice to both sides. It allows everybody who wants to wear a mask to wear one. It allows everyone to get a vaccine who wants one to get one. And it allows those who think differently to follow their conscience and not do it. So I don't, I was concerned when I heard that this resolution could be divisive in our community. That would bother me if we did something that was divisive. But I don't see this as divisive. I see this as giving freedom, individual freedom and choice. It's about personal choice. And it allows people to follow their conscience and their decision. So, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Noxton.
I guess I find it kind of internally divisive in a way, and I mean by that is I keep going back and forth with it, and this is before the meeting, and the resolution doesn't allow anybody to be able to do anything actually. If it's a federal law coming down, it's a federal law, and that supersedes us, and I mean it's kind of along what Ms. Hutchinson said is quote not useful. It doesn't actually, do anything. So in supporting something like this, or not supporting it, it wouldn't really make any difference kind of moving forward. I see it as a bigger, we're a small fish in a big pond where we've got the state of Alaska going through a lawsuit in the federal government. And I kind of would prefer to let that just take its course and move forward in that way. I mean, and we have resolutions here at council that do many things, and some of them, are a resolution, and we actually can do something, and it's something that we have power and effectiveness over. And some of them are some of what I would refer to as a feel good, and the feel goods are usually nobody would call them divisive. Everybody agrees because, by golly, who wouldn't? It's all wonderful. This one is not a feel good necessarily, and maybe by some it is, but I'm not sure. And perhaps Mr. Baisden can help me a little bit, and maybe you did say, but how does this move the city of Kenai forward specifically, other than maybe we have an opinion? I mean, a basic opinion, by the way, of mine is I don't like mandates, and I agree, but I'm not sure how this puts the city in a better position in the state community.
Since you're the sponsor, Mr. Baisden, please respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Nackstead. A resolution is a statement. It does not have any law backing it. So it's a statement to our community to put, whether it's the state, federal government, on notice that we don't agree with these mandates. And we've got a good example out there right now of federal law that this state does not follow. We basically don't follow the marijuana laws that are put in place at the federal government, and we do that at the state level. So if the feds want to put a mandate in, we don't have to follow it. We've already got that in place. We've shown the federal government that we don't have to follow their laws. So we have the power within this homeroom city. We have a lot of power sitting here. This is just a statement that I want to put out there because I've seen a lot of negative effect with mandates. That's not American to me. Get vaccinated, wear a mask, do everything you need to do to keep yourself safe. Don't force my kids, my family, my friends, the people of this city into doing something they don't want to do. I think that's wrong, and I think we should make a strong statement. This statement will work towards our borough. This will work towards the state. We will have people talking about this tomorrow because the city of Kenai enjoys freedom more than we do mandates. I think it's a big deal. It starts at the local level. We can be quiet, and we have been quiet. This is a statement that we should make. It's the proper statement at this time because of everything that's going on.
Any further discussion on resolution number 2021-70 as amended? No other discussion before we vote? So I'd like to pass the gavel. Well, first of all, I'd like to pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Glendening. virtual gavel here. So I do have a question regarding the one whereas we have, Mr. Bazin, that discusses businesses that would make their own decisions with regard to COVID mitigation. And then further on, we have the whereas regarding travel-related purposes. So if you have a private, that could conflict if you have a private, let's say a private tour company or a bus company that requires face coverings. How would that reconcile?
Again, Mayor, the intent of this is for government mandates. If we have a situation to where we wanted to fly out here at Kenai on a private charter, and we had a private charter that wanted to mandate that I had to show a COVID card because they wanted to see my vaccination status, I can choose whether I want to fly with them or not. It has nothing to do with this. This is about us as a government mandating these things.
So for the travel-related purposes was specifically for air travel, is that, I guess, or
absolutely, yeah, air travel
because you can have private charter. I'm just trying to, I want to have good legislation if we pass it.
Yeah, whether it's travel across the border, whether it's travel from state to state, the next thing that's going to be put in place, in my opinion, is going to be asking for vaccination status to be on a plane. I just flew recently, and here I was on a plane with 300 people. Why is it for an hour we can all eat and take our mask off in a tube, but for the next 5 hours we have to have a mask on? None of it makes sense.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification there. So since Mr. Glendenning still has the virtual gavel here, first of all, I this is one of these pieces of legislation that come forward. I don't necessarily know. I agree with some of the comments that were made that we don't need to do this. I think on one hand we have, Councilmember Bazin, that you had said that we haven't taken any action, and in a lot of ways we have taken action. We haven't we haven't done any mask mandates in this city. We've, for the most part, kept our facilities open and accessible to the public. We were one of the first bodies to meet back in person when we had the COVID emergence of COVID. Everybody went virtual online, and we were one of the first bodies to come back and conduct business in person. We kept our hockey rink open in our facility. So I think there's actions that we've taken so I don't necessarily agree that we haven't taken any action there regarding, because, I try to think that we've through this whole course, we've reacted, but we haven't overreacted in a lot of ways. So, but the fact of the matter is it is before us. I wish there was a whereas in here that would address previously infected COVID people that weren't vaccinated, because there seems to be some science out there that people that had gotten COVID that weren't vaccinated have some level of immunity, and there's no deference given to that at all as being someone. But the fact of the matter is that, another thing I don't necessarily agree with is people that, that are forced, that require vaccinations in order to continue their employment. And what I wonder about is where we're going from here. Like, I look around this room and I see, some people with masks and the majority non-mask. Now, the people, that's great. I think I'm a civil libertarian. If people want to wear masks, they shouldn't be harangued for that. They shouldn't be ostracized. That's their choice. Much like folks that are going to get vaccinated, they go in there. They presumably would consult with their physician, their healthcare providers, maybe do their own research, and then make the decision to get vaccinated or not as we move forward, even get the booster. We were told, and it's been frustrating because the goalposts keep moving in this, COVID scenario. We were told 2 weeks to flatten the curve, which I understand there was not a lot of information at that time regarding COVID that people could make really good decisions on. But then it moved to, as we get the vaccine And all this time there was talk that we're not going to require vaccine mandate or vaccine passports, which we're sort of going to right now, or that I think our president, even as early as July, was saying that he wasn't going to require mandated vaccines. What concerns me is, again, going back to the point of being somewhat of a civil libertarian, that people have the autonomy of their body, is if you require as a mandate people get vaccines, and you can restrict their travel by saying you have to have a vaccine passport, and people might still not get vaccine. Well, if you're going to keep pushing that, I guess anybody that would think that it's okay that you get to the point that mandate means that somebody comes to your house and sticks the needle in your arm, that's the ultimate mandate, right? Is that where this is going? So again, I wish we didn't have this in front of us, because I think we're doing a pretty good job. I think it can be, I agree that it can be divisive to the community, because people might look at this as an anti-vaccination legislation, even though it says right in there it's not. But again, since it is, I think that people need to make their decisions on what they're going to do. If they're going to go and get vaccinated, personally, I think I'm going to tell you a story. I got vaccinated. I'm not ashamed to say that. I consulted with family members that are in the medical community, my physician, and at the time there was touted as a 95% efficacy rate for vaccinations. And now we're finding, again, sort of this moving of a goalpost that's not necessarily true. And I don't normally do this. It's because I'm kind of a private person. It's personal information. But I did get COVID at the end of October. So that was a case of where got both shots and still got COVID. It can happen. It's not something. But that being said, was I disappointed I got the vaccine? No, because I think that it lessened the severity of the symptoms that I could have had. I've had friends that I know personally that have passed away from COVID. But again, we're dealing with this legislation before us, and that's where we're at. I would recommend that people get COVID or get vaccinated from COVID, but not get COVID. I would not recommend that. Believe me, I just misspoke. But clearly, we have there's responsibility of government to do other things to encourage that instead of mandates. And there's ways to do that. And that isn't, and I don't think the government should discontinue encouraging mandates or encouraging vaccines to get away from mandates. But what people want is people want good information. They don't want somebody telling them that if you get a vaccine that you're going to get a $50 gift certificate. I don't think that's what people want to hear. They want to hear data before they make informed consent regarding their body. So I will support this, and as kindly ask for the gavel back. Any more discussion? Oh, Councilman or Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and I hesitated to bring this up, but I can't think of a more appropriate situation to bring it up than right now before the vote occurs. And the Councilmember Bazin said that this resolution makes a statement, and generally a resolution does. In my role as city manager, I have had the ability to manage our facilities as I felt was appropriate over the last 18 months. For example, the senior center, when we had really high COVID rates a month ago, my department head, the director of the senior center, asked if she could put a mandate in place to require masks in the facility. She said the vast majority of residents or folks that use the facility would like to see that in place. And I said, yeah, you can do that. 2.5 weeks ago, something like that, she removed it because COVID cases went down. Another example is the library. I'm working hard to get in-person programs increased. Hopefully we can have that happen in January. I've had multiple discussions with the library director about that. One of the things that she'd like to see is that if we're going to have these in-person programs, which would likely be the only library on the peninsula that's having them, she would like to see masks be required. The reason I bring this up now is it would appear that this resolution, and as you know, the council is the one that tells administration what to do. You set the policy of the city. I'm trying to get direction from council prior to the vote is if this resolution would remove that ability for me to manage those facilities in that way going forward.
Councilmember Basin? The intent?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So for the city manager, dealing with the senior center, what would you have done if half of them didn't want to wear a mask? Would you have forced them out? I don't think you would have. So it really wasn't a mandate. It was probably just kind of we need to try to do something here. So you wouldn't have forced them out. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have forced those seniors out. So let's talk about what we're doing here and why we're doing it. Talk about the library. And I mentioned to you when I visited the library that I was disappointed because the programs weren't opened up over there. The school is opened up. We can do it safely. We can do it safely in our facilities. That should be your goal, is to move safely and open these places up and have them back to normal. We're 3 years into this. We know what normal is, and we know what we have to do to protect ourselves. You don't have to protect us. That's my opinion.
So regarding intent, directly to Mr. Ostrander's question, is that, I guess I'm just trying to get clarify intent for administration here.
Well, again, the intent of this is not having mandates in place. We are a government entity. Again, if we have somebody walk into our facility without a mask, I'm pretty sure you're not going to have the police chief arrest them. That would not be the intent, I think, of this body when we take this vote. We have the powers to do that. I don't think that's where we want you to go. That's not where I want you to go.
Well, I guess if Mike, the question from administration would be, if they do something at the library and put up masks suggested, is that in violation of this with the intent?
Through the mayor, not at
or
all.
Or maybe I don't mean to speak for administration, Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. No, and I really was just looking for direction as far as what council expectations were, because whatever they are is the way I will proceed. But there is a distinction made. Like right now at the senior center, masks are suggested, and some folks wear them, some folks don't. 3 weeks ago, masks were required. So the staff, they're not going to call the police, but if someone came in with a mask, they say you need to put a mask on. If you don't put a mask on, you need to leave the facility. It wasn't that they'd call the police in. So there is a distinction between, like for example, at the library right now, masks are suggested, but I don't know what percentage of folks wear them or not. But if we were to have an in-person program, the intent would be you would not be able to participate in that program unless you're wearing a mask. So, and it's a legitimate question. Again, I hesitated to ask it now. I just thought that this was the best opportunity to get clarity from council. If you don't want me to take those actions, then I just won't going forward.
Councilmember Basin.
Well, again, to this point, the things that you have done, I don't see anything wrong with what you have done, but I think we need to move to more normal. And the goal would be not moving to more restrictive with mandates. So if you're talking about suggesting these things, I think that's appropriate. We need to make sure that people can protect themselves. We know what we need to do to protect ourselves.
Mr. Ostrander, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Any further discussion on resolution number 2021-70? Councilmember Naxton.
I have a question of legal, I guess, government mandates. And so we have facility managers, a building manager. Of course, they work for Paul. But if they make the decision to require a mask, is that a government mandate? Or is that a facility manager making a requirement?
Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Councilmember Naxted. I think this gets back to if you look at the way that the city's structured, is Paul is in charge of the facilities, and Paul works for the city council, and I think the council's made it clear what their desires are, and I think that, you know, if the council has a city manager that's not doing what they want, council knows what the remedy is, but I think that specifically that power would still remain with the city manager and his department heads.
Any further discussion on resolution number 2021-70 as amended? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sonart,
Yes.
Councilmember Winger,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That moves us to item G7, discussion land management plan commission consideration changes. This was brought forth by Vice Mayor Glendenning and Councilmember Winger. Councilmember Glendenning? Oh, let's take a 5-minute at ease. I'd like to call our meeting back to order. We are on item G7, discussion land management plan commission consideration changes. This was sponsored by Vice Mayor Glendenning and Councilman Winger. Who would like to lead the discussion? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, the point of this discussion is maybe just to put some sideboards and direction on the discussion going forward with our commissions and committees. One of the comments that we heard, or perception was, that we have all of these maps, all of these properties. The property square footage is approximately that of the existing footprint of the city of Soldotna. How do we manage this? Okay. Councilperson Winger and myself had a meeting with City Manager Naxted, and later he sent out a. I'm sorry, I just promoted you. Yeah, you're never mind. We went. We had a meeting, and then a subsequent memo, maybe defining how we would go with the path forward. Basically, we have a series of meetings set after the first of the year for each of the commissions and committees, like the Parks and Rec and the Beautification are going to meet jointly. Harbor is going to meet jointly, meet with themselves. We are going to perhaps in some way divide the maps and considerations for an area that the commissions and committees are familiar with. Due to the number of maps, there may be some overlap or insertion of an area that a committee or commission is not familiar with. But for example, the Harbor Commission would deal with things on the waterfront. The airport would deal with things around the airport, and so on and so forth. And so I would prevail upon our city manager to perhaps just give an overview on what we discussed, and then perhaps there'll be some comments going forward.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. So as the Vice Mayor said, we met on November 12th, and the discussion was, is there a way that we can split this thing up to provide this land management plan in more digestible amounts? And so what this memo outlines is a process that would do that. So each of the commissions will be provided approximately 11 to 12 maps per meeting. That would require that each commission would meet 4 times, each time discussing those 11 to 12 maps. At each one of those first 4 meetings, they would be tasked with placing each map in either a pile that they say that they're good with and they don't have any recommendations or comments on, or in another pile that they'd like to discuss at a future meeting. So that's all they would do for the first 4 meetings, is separate it into 2 piles. Then at a 5th meeting, any of the maps that have been put in the pile that they'd like to consider for future discussion, those would be brought up one by one, and commission members would have an opportunity at that point to make a recommendation for an amendment to that map, or potentially just a change to the narrative, something like that. So what this would do is it would extend the period here significantly, but it would break it down into smaller digestible parts. And in discussion with Councilmember Winger and Vice Mayor Glendenning, they felt that the size of the document made it difficult for the commissions to consider it without breaking it into smaller pieces. And I think that encompasses the discussion.
Councilman or Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, another comment on it. What we did do is we addressed some of the questions that were out there that we heard from not only commission members but members of the public, and we are going to provide a memo that explains zoning in the city and how that zoning relates to our land use table, and that will give a predicate and a format framing discussions. And then there'll be a memo and a visual that provides an overview of Title 21 and 22 and shows step-by-step example of city land is leased with an option to purchase using Title 22, and include an explanation of Title 21 with few exceptions, the same as Title 22, except lands can only be leased. What this will do is also give some perspective to how people view a piece of property that is up for either lease or sale or retention. And then lastly, we will provide a document that gives background for the terms retain and dispose as used in the city's code, and the plan with a focus on reasons land might be retained and what it means when lands are designated as a retention status of dispose. This gets kind of wonky, but these were terms and concepts that people didn't readily have an understanding of, and I believe once we do Land Management 101 and Planning Management Planning 101, I think our deliberations will go a lot quicker. What we have is we have our land management plan, which has been shrunk a little bit from the 400 some pages, but yet if individuals or a member of committee wants to see the work that went in prior to what we have in front of us, that work has not been lost. It's available to anyone to look at. There may be particular areas, maps, zones that perhaps a more fulsome background might be required. A map has been asked for. Here's just an example. This is from page 10 of the land management plan. It's an atlas, and you can see it's a larger map, and old people like me can read the numbers and see how it relates to its position in the city. And then each area has a map number, and of course they're available here. I'm not suggesting that we make large maps and have them available to everybody, but they should be available perhaps as a laydown in a meeting, and most certainly a larger atlas would be welcome. These are just suggestions going forward, and City Manager Ostrander, of course, is going to manage the process, and I believe we had fruitful discussions and are able to launch this program and bring it to a successful conclusion. We're not in a race. We want to get it right. We want to get a timeline established, but it doesn't have to be by a date certain. It's when we have accomplished our task. Thank you.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. For me, what sparked me to go talk to City Manager Ostrander was after sitting in as liaison for the Parks and Recs and Beautification Committee, where they took up, there wasn't a whole bunch of comments made. They sat through the hour-long presentation, but then when we asked for input and feedback, there wasn't much. We got like 2 comments of concerns between both joint commissions. And then I sit in on the planning and zoning as well, where we did another hour-long presentation with minimal feedback. So we thought by pulling back to have maybe break it down, we'll get a better buy-in on feedback from our commissions, as well as get better buy-in from the public. This is a key tool for our city. I think we all recognize how important this land management plan is. And so having the most input and buy-in from our commissioners and our community is really key. And by pulling back our aggressive timeline and stating that we want to really look into each map system and get as much feedback as we can from commissioners and community members, this will make this document that much stronger. And there were concerns that we also asked for the land use table to be added in there. And again, the breakdown of the zoning, because not everybody understands the zonings. So when they read light industrial, they don't understand that. necessarily in all commissions. And just breaking down so that we can have a solid document. That too will keep council out of a lot of future work sessions, because we have our commissioners really doing a lot of work and giving us good, strong feedback that we can use going into work sessions as well. So that's, it was really to pull back to get more feedback from commissioners and the public on this, because it is truly a key document for our city going forth. And I thank Manager Ostrander for meeting with us and discussing that so that we could have this discussion tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Winger. Further discussion? I do have a question for administration. So you outlined the discussion you had with Councilmember Winger and Vice Mayor Glendening, but in your laydown here, there was a sort of a description of a process that would take, staff time and short staff. I guess does this correspond with the second part of your memo, Mr. Ostrander, as far as how you're planning on moving forward?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So when I met with Councilmember Winger and Vice Mayor Glendening, we talked about really two separate things, although very related. The first one was breaking down the land management plan in more digestible parts, which is what this discussion is about. The second part of that was what the email is related to, and that Councilmember Winger and Vice Mayor Glendening requested at the same time that we have a work session where administration would present and talk about zoning and talk about Title 21 and 22 and the terms retain and dispose. This email was my response to them, saying that I thought there was a different way to do it rather than having another joint work session, just to provide this information to commissioners and to council members in this format so that they could digest it as they wanted to.
Okay, and that's where we're at now. Okay, very good. Just want to make sure we're all at the same point in the trajectory here. Councilmember Petty?
Yes, a question to Mr. Ostrander, City Manager. Have you had commissioners coming to you saying that they're overwhelmed with this process? And let's see, have you had discussions with any of those commissions stating that it's too overwhelming?
I was going to actually call, if there's no objection from the body, I believe our Planning and Zoning Chair, Mr. Twade, is here, Chair Twade, and he would like to speak to this. Is there any objection from the body? Mr. Twade.
All right, Jeff Twade, 1808 Juliana Drive, Kenai, and as the mayor stated, Planning and Zoning Commissioner. Monday, we received an email from Planning Director Foster with some other things, but including in that was this memo. So I wanted to come tonight and voice my opinion, and again, my opinion only. I think probably close to a vast majority of the commissioners that I work with would probably agree, but of course, we were originally handed this and said to go through it, read it, make notes, hold public testimony, and then ultimately, at whatever time it took, and it was reiterated several times, take your time. There's no reason to push this into a certain time frame, and then make those recommendations in the form of a resolution and give it back to you. I thought that was the best approach at that time, and I believe that's still the best approach. I think if you you take all the commissions as a collective group and pretend they're students in a classroom, they're all going to understand and retain this information at a different rate. And so letting them work through that process at whatever amount of time it takes them, I think, is the right way to look at it. I think it's a disservice to all of them. Some of them may need more time than what is outlined here. We as a Planning and Zoning Commission, I think, are pretty close to having our work done with this thing. We understand land use tables and zoning maps, and so we've gone through this thing for over a month now. We've had several meetings. We're not getting much public testimony, and I feel like if we continue to push this down the road, we're doing it more as a courtesy or a vehicle for more public testimony. And that's just not happening. So I think we would push this out into 2022 a ways and end up at the same spot we're at as a planning commission. I think we're close to finishing it. My preference would be to hold our public or open it back up on next Wednesday on the 8th. Take any public testimony, have any discussion that the council or the commission might have. And then I would suggest, and I will hopefully get a vote to postpone it to the first meeting in January, which is going to be a month from now. And I think that gives public more time to come in at that one. And I think at that first meeting in January, we would probably be ready to make a formal recommendation and get it back to you in the form of a resolution. So some of the comments, I mean, early on, it was the fact that it took the administration 3 years and there's no reason to push it through in a super tight time frame. And that's a perspective you could take, I guess, that's the way to look at it. I would rather have that the situation than that the administration took 3 months and gave it to us and said, finish it this time. I think we've got to give them credit that they've done their work. They've drilled down, saw it from every angle that none of us on any of the commissions or even council probably truly understand. So I think we got to give them some credit. And again, it's a land management plan. If it said disposal and 3 weeks later after this gets approved, it's on an auction block, that's a whole different discussion. But that's not what this is. And so I don't think we need to bog it down to the point where it's paralysis by analysis. I would rather move on to waterfront projects and other things that we could be working on. So.
Thank you. Any questions of Chair Twait?
Yeah,
Vice Mayor Glendinning?
I too have sat through numerous commissions and committee, and I didn't see it all of them. Okay. My point is that what we have done is we have tried to establish a predicate, a baseline, a body of information and understanding that everyone can subscribe to. So when we speak of retain and dispose, everyone has the same idea. When we talk about Title 21 and 22, we know the difference. I sat in a planning commission meeting and there was some, what is the difference? Okay, we will just have a Cliff Note version of it. It will be there, it will be understood. A memo of how the zoning in the city works and how zoning relates to our land use table. This is something that we're ultimately going to have to explain to the public. And I applaud that your commission is ready to take action. I would think that we want to make sure that we've had the buy-in of all concerned. I think by having these predicate ideas laid out and a discussion of the subject properties, I believe we can come up to a conclusion. But what this does, it allows a means of taking the top screed, winnowing off those that are easily understood, getting it down to a manageable number so people aren't looking at 300 properties, there might be 50, and then proceed. And it might be that you're done sooner. All we're doing is allowing for the city to provide staff support and not obligate them to a definite amount of time. I'd be willing to sit in and help facilitate meetings if that would be useful, and others may be too. So I think we're saying the same thing, and you just might be further along in the process. And I would think that waterfront topics are of interest to the Harbor Commission. I sat in their meetings, and they have expressed interest and an approach a little bit different than planning and zoning. I would suggest that maybe with airport, they would have maybe just a little different perspective. So I think we're saying the same thing. We're just trying to get it in one package, put some sideboards on it, and get the truck down the road. So thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember next time.
Mr. Twait, these are my comments from October 1st that after I read the document thoroughly. and it took me picking it up, dropping it off. I've got a bunch of tags in here, and have you read it?
I have.
It's not a very thick document. Do you think that your commission can read it? They're pretty bright folks, but I don't mean to sound like they're not. But
and thank you through the mayor, Councilman Naxted. I think Vice Mayor Glendenning, I think, strengthened my point is that we could finish it quicker. So I don't know why we want to put every commission into the same group. I guess that's what I'm saying. Leave it up to them to thoroughly understand it. Every one of you is a liaison to one of those, and if they need help, like I said, I would gladly come in and land use and zoning are what we do. So it just makes sense that we should be able to understand it quicker and get through it quicker. So I just don't think that looping us all into the same group makes a whole lot of sense. And I went through it 3 times. Lots of questions the first time. When Mr. Ostrander presented it, we had a lot of questions. We spent an hour or so, I think, just getting information. We were confused on some things. He explained them, and it made sense. Some of them maybe not, but those are some of those recommendations that we still probably want to bring forward. But the buy-in, as I'm hearing it, is that public comment. And I think any of us that sat through the comp plan and everything, until it's something that's really going to affect them, they're just not going to show up. And I don't think you could hold this off until, April, and the buy-in's going to be about the same. And there's several other public hearings to still come, at your level. You can hold it over probably as many times as you want to have a public hearing on it. So the third time through on it, I couldn't come up with anything else, so I'm done. And I think most of the commissioners are the same way. So that's my thought on it.
So I don't want to say that it's a waste of your time, because I don't know that that's the case. But I mean, is there any advantage to doing what's proposed here or anything like that? I mean, how do you, if you guys have all read it, how do you bring it all together? How do you, as the chairman, you want to do that?
Well, like I said, I think everyone has made notes and has their recommendations ready to present. I don't think there is a ton of them. I know I have a couple that I think I would be suggesting. But like I said, it's a lot of the same stuff. It's so many pages thick, but you get a feel for what's happening there, and so it's for us not difficult, and so that's why I don't think we need to push this thing out. And I think every commission is going to be different, and so to put them into a shoebox and say here's your timeline now, when before it was we don't need a timeline, get it done when you can get it done when you're comfortable, then I think that's the best way to approach it.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So at the meeting I sit in as liaison, I only heard one comment given by a commissioner. And so I would expect that if it's completed and done, that we would see more comments from commissioners. So when I'm not getting any feedback from commissioners on multiple commissions, it either tells me you are set and ready to rubber stamp it through, which was not expressed. It was actually postponed for more time to work on it. So that's ultimately what the goal is to give more adequate time to work on it. I've seen a lot of deer in headlights when it came for asking a suggestion on all commissions. And that was the 3 I sit in on. And so I ask you, is that a definite, you definitely for surely know, because you're kind of speaking on the behalf of other commissioners, that they are ready to go with this?
I would suggest that it's pretty close to ready. I don't know exactly. I think the last meeting we didn't have a lot of discussion because we had some of those brought up in the other meeting prior, and knowing that we weren't going to go forward with the resolution that night, I think that's why everybody kind of hung on to their comments and their recommendations. I do believe that when we decide that this is the night we're going to finish this up, you'll hear discussion, you'll hear recommendations, and any suggestions that we might have.
Vice Mayor Glendon, oh, sorry, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So it would be on your assumption that they're ready to go.
I can't say 100%, but I think I've been on it for a long time on planning and zoning, and I think I got a pretty good feel for a majority of them for sure.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Glendon.
Yeah, my opinion or thought was that in the process, we invited the other commissions and committees to participate. Okay, and I think also part of the discussion is that planning and zoning would get last bite of the apple because of your expertise, because of your focus. But each of these commissions and committees have a unique perspective. That's why we have them. The Harbor Commission has some land use decisions that they make on leasing and stuff. Airport Commission, likewise. So I would suggest and expect that Planning and Zoning Commission might be done sooner with things that they believe are important. But yet we invited these other commissions and committees to participate. We have to bring their information in too. That's why we're suggesting a longer timeline. And that's the reason why we are requesting this. There's only so much time that staff can give. There's different slots that are not being filled, and people have to wear two hats. So if we can get these predicate information items out, which are common to all of the commissions that I listen to, that these were their questions, we can get this baseline information out so they have a thesaurus of terms. And then we can go forward with the deliberation. And I'm hopeful that we may find, as you suggested, that there are maps that have commonality, land use that have commonality, and we can have a discussion of maybe just 50 that may require some more embellishment. But the remainder of them can be, to use a word of art, disposed of.
Any questions of Chair Twait? I do see, I remember Dothett, Alex Dothett. Would you like to speak to this at all? Yeah. Yep. No objection from the body? Yep, good to go. Thank you. Commissioner Dothett.
Yes, Alex Dothett, 1104 Leeward Drive, Kenai, Alaska. I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission. As far as the plan goes, I think there's a lot of misconceptions on why we're not hearing more comment. And I know everybody wants to hear more comment, but we could look at it another fold that the reason that we're not getting, all these commissions have had this for months or more, and maybe it's because they don't have any. Maybe they don't have any suggestions. Maybe they're, quite frankly, when I bring this up to the public, a lot of them, I hate to say it, are like, I don't care. Because like Jeff Twait said, is that they don't think the public directly affects them. If we keep postponing these meetings, effectively trying to get more public comment, but we're not getting any more public comment, we can look at it another way, that maybe there's just not the comments out there and they aren't going to keep showing up. We can't force people to show up if they don't want to. And if commissioners on other commissions don't have any comments, they're not going to say anything. So we can bring up a lot of different items, I think, on this and force people to take longer to look at something that, quite frankly, you could look at and read in a couple hours. And that's about how long it took me to flip through it, make some notes, a couple hours. It's not saying that anything other than this is and maybe maybe the name of the document might need to be the change, but it's an inventory. None of this says that we're going to be doing these exact things, guaranteed this is going to happen. This is a suggestion. This is a tool for the city to look back on. And when somebody comes forth or somebody wants to look into something, that's when they would look up, okay, I want this piece of property in the city. And it's a tool. It's a inventory of the land. It's not necessarily a plan that says we're going to guarantee do this, and this is what the city is mandated to do if they're going to do it. Most of these properties, if it's disposal, it's going to come before the city council to decide if it's going to be actually disposed on or not. And maybe there's just some misconceptions on that. Is it an important piece of document? Yes, I'm not trying to say that. But I think trying to force commissions to have to break it down when, quite frankly, I think there's a large majority of people that have looked this over, have got their suggestions, and would like to just move on. And if the commissions are all done with it, then that's the council's decision to do what they want. So we can break it down and postpone it for months, but if the commissions are able to vote on it and move it on and give your suggestions, I think just let them do it. Move on. If more public testimony wants to come, it can come at the point when you guys, as council members, are coming to vote for it and make the final decisions. Because as commissioners, we're just making suggestions to the council that says you may or may not want to do this. We're not setting anything in stone. That comes down to the final decision as council. So that's where I'm at on this. I think that, and I'm right there with it. I could have probably 2 meetings ago had my suggestions, and we've postponed it, mostly looking for, the biggest concern that I see is that people are wanting more public comments. And that's why we keep postponing it, looking for public comments that just, quite frankly, aren't showing up, at least not at our meetings. So that's my thoughts and views on the subject. So we might be making more out of it than we need to.
Councilmember Sonart.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that from your perspective, it's being postponed so that it gives public opportunity to come in and give comments. What I'm hearing from my colleagues, my other council members, is that they want to extend it to give the people on the commissions and the committees time to dig into it and bring their perspective. So like the people on the airport committee can look at the designated airport lands and maybe offer a suggestion per se that somebody on the harbor committee wouldn't have, vice versa, et cetera, et cetera. I from what I'm hearing them ask for the extension is not so much for the public as it is for the people on the commissions to really look at this. And I too was at that joint meeting with Parks and Rec and Beautification, and it was the third time I think I saw that presentation, because I was at the presentation at the visitor center, and then there was something here one night, and then the joint meeting with Parks and Rec and Beautification. And I got to sit on the very, very end over there, and the presentation was done up here on the screen, and I got the advantage of sitting down there and just kind of people watching, body language and faces all up and down. And for the most part, I think it was a lot for them to absorb. And when we got to the end of the presentation and, you know, we wanted comments to be forthcoming, I think people, I mean, I could see it in their eyes. They were still processing. And maybe they do have comments. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they have opinions and comments. But they were still processing all the information they had heard in that 1 hour. And for quite a few of them, it was the first time they'd ever seen that presentation. Now, for me, it was the third time. So it was like, as the presentation was going along, I, in my own mind, with my own questions, was going, oh, yep, check, got that one, finished that one. But again, that was my third time seeing the presentation. And for many of the people that were sitting up here that evening, this was their very first exposure to it. And I don't know, maybe they did have access to the land management plan before then, but it was my understanding that it was a new presentation to them. And I just think that all the people that are volunteering their time and efforts and have been over the years on these committees, they're going to bring a very valuable perspective to the lands associated with their committee and with their perspective. And if that hasn't been garnered and gathered the last 3 years, I think it's a piece of the pie that needs to go in. For example, I couldn't imagine passing a land management plan, even though, and Mr. Ostrander, thank you for all your work and your staff for the last 3 years. I was very impressed with how this was all put together. Quite a lot of work. And yet, I couldn't pass something like that not knowing that you guys on the zoning committee had not seen it or not had any input into it. I would want planning and zoning to have input into it.
May I?
Sure.
At no time have we not said that we don't want input from anybody. And all these commissions have had time. We didn't ask on the night that they got the presentation, okay, now you need to vote. No, they've had weeks since that last presentation to look over this at their, how many weeks ago was it that Parks and Rec got, when you were at that meeting, when they had the glazed look, like you were saying, and didn't know? They've had time, ample time to look over it. If they want more time, that's fine. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is give us as commissioners and as the commissions our own timetable. And if we want to say that, yeah, we're going to bring it up for a vote and we can vote on it and say, good, we're happy with this, these are our suggestions, and move on, fine. If there's another commission that wants to do something different, fine, they can do that. But as far as saying, hey, okay, this meeting you're going to do these 10 pages, and then this meeting you're going to do these ones, and then this meeting you're going to do this, and you have to do this. This is coming down to almost like a mandate. I hate to say, bring it up earlier in this. We're starting to mandate how we're going to do these kind of things. And I think leave it like it is. We don't have a timeline on anything. Why add a timeline now? You've been pushed on and on and on about take your time. We don't need a timeline. This isn't a rush. Don't rush it. Now we're saying now we have a timeline that these are going to be done on. Just leave it up to the commissions. That's all I'm saying. If they have questions, we're all educated people on all these commissions. They can come up, they can ask questions. There's other ways besides printed off maps too. I mean, we as commissioners, we get access to tablets. We can pull those maps up. We can ask city managers the questions we need to ask. There's ways to do it, and they all have the tools to do it. I'm not saying that we're going to rush anybody, and I wasn't trying to say that if somebody is confused, and they can ask the questions and they can take their own time. I just think we need to give each commission their own timetable and let them choose what they want to do instead of saying, here's your 15 pages, work over these. If we had that questions already, we would have brought those up. If we had those same questions, whether it break it into 15 pages or 500 pages, we're still looking at the same pages. We've had the time to look over those same pages. That's where I'm at.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're talking past each other here. Okay, your job is to know this, and I would expect that you would have some idea. The other commissions and committees do not have these definitions of to retain and dispose. They do not know what a land use table is. They need to double up and catch up. The idea is that they would be able to work within a time frame, saying you don't have to eat this elephant all at once. Here, do this little bit at a time. And as you go through a set of maps, a set of processes, you develop your skill sets, you apply your understandings, and you can move faster. Also, the concept is that planning and zoning would get last bite of the apple, collate it for us, and give us your best ideas so we can make good decisions, rather than take the raw data from all of these commissions and committees and do it.
So in my understanding, does that mean that all the commissions are supposed to give planning and zoning all their recommendations, and then we give the final draft to you after we do that? Is that what I'm gathering?
Wouldn't you like to know their recommendations as the planning and zoning
But
group?
isn't that?
Wouldn't you not like to know their recommendations? You don't care, Jeff?
I think that's individually brought back to the council, I think, at that point.
Yeah, I'm confused as to where we're going with this. Now we're changing how it was done. It was like, I was understood, now it was described to me as each commission will have their own recommendations, and those all recommendations get put to the council, and the council makes the final decision. Now you're saying that all the commissions bring it to all their recommendations before planning and zoning, and then planning and zoning gives the final recommendation to the council? Is that what I'm hearing? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Okay, is that not your business, the planning and zoning?
I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to say. I'm saying, are we doing our own thing?
If you'll excuse me, I'm robbing the train.
Okay.
Okay? If you will allow the other commissions and committees to develop their theme and theory, okay, it would be beneficial to us that the Planning and Zoning Commission would look at the hard points to help us decide what the approach is for this land management program. Right now we have a catalog. We're trying to develop a land management program. Now, if you want to finish your work first and bring it to us, and then Harbor comes in and whatnot, we will gladly do it. But we're just asking your help. That's all we're asking is for your help. Work with us on this.
Well, I understand, we are. I'm just trying to figure out what are we waiting? I guess maybe just a yes or no. Are we waiting to get all the recommendations from the other councils to come to planning and zoning before we make our final decision? Was that a yes or no?
Do you think that would be a good approach, or you just want to bring individual concepts in? You people on the Planning and Zoning Commission have the skill sets and the knowledge and the background to work on this plan, and I would expect that you might be done with it sooner. But another commission and committee might have a different perspective on what is being applied at the harbor level or over at the airport, et cetera, and you would be able to help define that situation, help their understanding, and provide more information, not only to us, but to the public. Now, if you really don't want to do that, and you want to go ahead let me finish. I'm robbing the train.
Will you please wrap it up, Jim?
Let me please finish. If you would just rather do your work ahead of time and bring it to us, and then the others come in, we can work with that also.
I guess I didn't get what you're wanting to say. I guess I didn't get an answer to my question. Are we, as planning and zoning, and waiting to get all the recommendations before we make our recommendations? I understand, and we're going to work on it. As planning and zoning commission, we're not here donating our time essentially to not want to put forth our effort. What I'm just saying is now I'm hearing something different than how it was presented originally. As presented originally, what I was understood was that each individual commission makes their recommendations, and then all those recommendations go forth to the council. Now, what I'm getting, and maybe I'm the only one that's confused on this, I don't know. We're saying that planning and zoning is to make the final recommendations based on all the other recommendations after we see them. Is
Okay,
that what I'm gathering?
let's back up here a little bit. Okay, so, Mr. Oster, I'll call on you. You had a timeline, you had a roadmap on how administration sort of mapped this out. I know we have the autonomy, we have the ability to change that, but to answer Mr. Dothat's question, what was the original roadmap for this piece of legislation?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The original plan was that each of the commissions would consider it separately and provide recommendations from each commission to the council for their consideration.
Thank you.
Then that's exactly what that I recall. Now, what we have is a discussion item that we're going through right now. So I think Mr. Dothat was sort of caught off guard. He's under the same impression that I had what was originally proposed by administration. The discussion is would we like council to have that go to planning and zoning? Well, that's the direction I'm guessing you would like to see as a final run through from planning and zoning with other, if that's the direction we go.
Is where I would like to see everybody.
Well, no, I guess one way or the other. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you're sort of, I feel like you're sort of caught flat-footed here by, what was originally proposed by administration. Now we have a discussion item, and you're being told that we want that individual wants that to go through planning and zoning, and there's confusion.
Yeah. And then thank you for the clarification. That's where I'm a little. It just seemed like a different path altogether a little bit, but I think each individual commission is going to have different views on it. The commissioners individually are going to have different views on it, and that each individual commission should make their own timeline on when they're going to finish the document. And if planning and zoning feels that they could vote on something and they've made their recommendations, but then the airport commission comes in and makes different recommendations based on their views on something, then that's what council would come in and make the changes on. And that's where I'm at. I'm just saying we don't necessarily have to split everybody, like you said, into the same shoebox. Let us figure out our own timelines. If we're all feel that as a commission on planning and zoning, that if we get together and we've decided that, hey, we want to make a vote on this, these are our recommendations as our commission, and we're going to put these few recommendations on the board, then move forward. And that's all I'm trying to say is just don't.
Okay.
I don't know that we need this.
Yeah. And okay, Councilor next.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you in that I was the chairman of the airport commission for about 20 years, and from that perspective, my perspective from that, I would feel that the work that I've done, that I have to send it to you guys, to planning and zoning, to another commission to take that information to move it on. I wouldn't mind you having it for anybody, but it belongs to the body the commission, airport commission, and what we want to do, and I want that to go to the council. I don't care who else sees it, but it would be in that direction. And I think asking commissions to be subservient to you in this particular case, it probably won't go over real well.
Councilman Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I do see that Commissioner Woodard is online, and I'm curious to see if she could be called on to see if she has any input on this, being that she serves on it. I would be curious to know if Commissioner Woodard feels the same as her co-workers or co-commissioners, that she's ready with inputs and wouldn't need any more time with it as well.
Commissioner Woodard, would you like to speak to this?
Well, not really. But I was under the same impression as Alex, that we were going to make our determination and then it went to the city council. It wouldn't hurt for us to hear what the other commissions say, because they might have a different view that would come into our decision. But that's about all I have on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodard. Councilmember Winger.
Just a follow-up for Commissioner Woodard. I just heard you address that part of it. Could you address the part, because I haven't heard you specifically make any comments on this. So are you ready to bring forth recommendations and comments, and you're saying that you as well don't need any more time?
Commissioner Woodard?
Well, I guess that would depend on what I hear from someone else. I pretty much sit and listen for the most part and determine from what I hear. My fellow commissioners are a little more knowledgeable about construction and that type of thing, and it does help me form my opinions. So I would be ready, depending on, I guess, what I would hear in our next meeting. But again, it would be nice to hear from other commissions and what they have, their thoughts on the particulars of the airport or the harbor.
Just a quick question of administration with this. So, I guess, first of all, while we have Commissioner Dothert, is there any more questions of Mr. Dothert? Commissioner Dothert? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, not of Mr. Dothert, but in general, what we're asking for is we're asking for your help, and we're asking for you to look and see the work that has been developed. It'll be obvious that a good portion of the maps and decisions are universally agreed to, and with the definitions that are provided, all will understand and have a common definition. But there will be things brought up that the Planning and Zoning Commission have particular skill sets, particular knowledge, and particular patience to deal with. All I'm asking for is your help. There's work that you can go through and take care of and get it all disposed of. Other commissions and committees may come in behind you and have a question that maybe you've already resolved, but I would appreciate your help and your oversight and work with us on this, please.
Again, I would just like to reiterate, I've never said it wasn't going to help. And if any commissions have any questions, we'd all love to talk about it. I'm sure it's going to be an open thing. Even if we as a commission and planning and zoning decide that these are our recommendations and these are the ones we thought of and we're going to move these forward and we're going to vote on this, doesn't mean we're telling the Harbor Commission that they can't have a different idea, or the Airport Commission has a specialty in airport lease lands that we didn't think of. That's why they all produce separate documents and then give them to you guys as a council to make the decision and the final decision, because all we're doing is making recommendations. It comes down to you as a council collecting all the data, then the recommendations from all the different people to make the final decision on the plan. I've never said we weren't going to help and we're not putting the time in. I'm just suggesting that we might be done sooner.
Okay, path of work, say in the Harbor Commission, okay, there's certain leases and whatnot that they approve. It goes to Planning Commission to look at. There's things that happen over at the airport with leases and land usage. It comes, they make a recommendation, it comes to planning and zoning. We look at your recommendation, your understandings with great import and give deference to you. That's all we're asking is to involve you in the process a little more thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douthat. Appreciate your time. Chair Twait, thank you. Oh, sorry, did you have something? I missed it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I guess I was just going to state kind of the obvious to me, having been on all of these commissions physically and a liaison too, is just that, airport reviews a lease and then planning and zoning does, and they do it separately, and that comes to us separately. It's the process that we've always done. The planning and zoning doesn't consider the lease whether or not what the airport commission did. They do it individually, and I think that's the process we've taken, and I think that's a good way.
So, Mr. Ostrander, or the outline up here, from what I heard from Chair Twait, that they would be looking at being ready to move on a resolution from their commission, the first meeting in January. Is that what I heard? Potentially, correct. I mean, what is your estimation of time? I know you guys meet twice a month. The other commissions meet once a month, commission committees. What's your, I mean, if you sort of go down this road, what are we looking at to bring it back to council?
Well, there's two, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. There's two separate things here. The first would be in the discussion item itself, in that we would break this down into component parts for each commission, and it would require 5 meetings for each commission if you went the way that this discussion item is shown. And again, the discussion item doesn't talk at all about whether or not the Planning and Zoning Commission would receive input from the other commissions first or any of that. The memo is silent on that. So that's what the discussion item does. It just states that we're going to break this down into component parts, and it's going to take 5 meetings for each of these commissions to do it, versus what the original plan was, is that the commissions determine on their own how long it's going to take them to do it. The second part of it is Councilmember Winger and Vice Mayor Glendening requested this additional information, and that's separate from that. And I'm planning on assigning staff to put this information together as far as the zoning, the land use table, Title 21 and 22. And we'll be able to put that together within a couple of weeks probably, and we'll provide it to all the commissions. Again, they can digest it at their leisure whenever they want. That's going to be information that they may or may not want to use when they're considering the land management plan, but it'll provide additional information that they can consider. So I don't think that what we're going to be providing that's in the email itself is really, because we're going to be able to get it done in a couple of weeks, I don't think it's relevant as far as the timing of the commissions and consideration of the land management plan itself.
So because one of the things I'm sort of trying to wrap my brain around here a little bit is that all of our commissions and committee members have had the draft land management plan for several months now. Is that correct? So I'm presuming that they're not just putting this thing on a shelf and then coming in, grabbing it, going to their meeting and going, okay, what are we doing? I mean, they've got months and months to digest this information and come up with their suggestions. If they need direction on what they might want to look at or criteria, maybe that should be conveyed to them at the same time, the Title 21 and the definitions of retain, dispose, and all that. But I think, I agree with Mr. Douthat, or Commissioner Douthat, is that when you go through the land management plan, you can do more than 10 or 12 pages. It is an inventory. There's some that are, sort of the processes of what that was in the presentation that administration did as far as how to access online and the different tools you can use online, may not warrant a lot of, comment. They might have a little comment on how it works, but that's generic to the whole plan, So as far as individual parcels go, I'm just wondering why we're not giving them more credit to be able to digest that and do that work in less than 5 months. if I'm reading you right, we're taking 10 pages, is that 5 meetings once a month, that's 5 months? Is that correct?
The way it's outlined in the, Mayor Gabriel, the way it's outlined in the memo is that they would consider 11 to 12 maps at each meeting for 4 meetings, and then at the 5th meeting, they would consider the maps that they had set aside for further discussion. That's the way that it's outlined.
So 5 months.
Depending on the
Potentially,
commission, the Harbor Commission, for example, only meets 8 times a year. So we would have to schedule special meetings to get it done in less than 5 months.
Okay. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So there were members in the joint session after it completed that came up and said, where do we even start? So they have concerns, but they stated, where do I even start? And so that's where we have seen this comments, and with the lack of comments from commissioners, it goes to show that we need to have some sort of direction. And so when they come afterwards, when they have a chance to give those, and they go, I don't even know where to start. So if we have commissioners that feel that way, we just heard from Commissioner Woodward that it depends on what she would hear from others as far as going forth with recommendations. So that there too just kind of reiterates that there is more time needed for individuals to understand how to process this. And again, it's a 200-page document, and maybe some people do need more direction on how to digest that.
Well, I guess that's the point. If they need direction, then that needs to be provided early instead of just telling them 12 pages. I mean, I guess what I'm looking at is that I think we can give our it's like anything. It's a rather large document. I sort of get that. But I know the more you look at things like that, the more they sort of make sense. I mean, if someone handed you that and you know, said, explain it to me in 5 minutes, most people wouldn't be able to do that. But after 2 months would have, you know, if they were doing their due diligence and duty, would probably have a pretty easy time explaining it and digesting it and making sense. But again, if they need direction on maybe things they need to be looking at or taking consideration of, then we could do that, I think, in one meeting at the same time that the you know, Title 21, Title 23, the retain, dispose, the things that you kind of outlined, which is fine. Have administration run through that without necessarily going through the whole, have the presentation ready in case there's members that want to revisit parts of that. But I don't see where just sort of prolonging this for the sake of is not going to be productive, because you're talking about something that we had our joint work session with all the commissions committee. And when was that, August? Or October maybe. So October, so you're talking October, November, like 7 months. I mean, I don't know, it just seems excessive to me. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you. And I too was at that joint work session, and I sat through an hour-long presentation and then was asked to give feedback on an hour-long presentation and try to digest it and give outputs. So a work session to me is saying, open up to page map 36. This is what this is identified as. Let's dig in. Let's get some real suggestions. So working on it and being presented on it are kind of two different keys. And what I've been seeing is presentations, not actual working sessions.
Yeah, and I understand that if the chair, and maybe that's part of the direction that they can go, but again, if you have all the commissioners that are doing their due diligence and fleshing out their suggestions for each page, I think they can go until they're, you know, till they not just say, here's your 10 pages, and then, oh, now you're kind of to what Commissioner Chair Twait was referring to, is that's putting them on a timeline, is instead of saying, let's go through these, because they could have 10 pages they go through in 6 minutes, and then they're going, oh, well, we'll visit the next batch next time. So hang on, I see Councilmember Petty's lights on. Councilmember Petty.
Yes. I really did appreciate the comments from our commissioners that spoke tonight, and we all, most of the commissioners were there at the presentation that City Manager Ostrander presented to, and we're all adults, and this is a document that has been, and like, I'm so sorry. Tell me your name again. Yes, Mr. Doffett. This is an inventory. And, you know, I give my commissioners a lot of respect, and they're on the commission, and they know what words mean, and if there's a misunderstanding, they can come forth and ask. And when I was in the Harbor Commission, as the liaison in the last meeting, Mr. Foster came and did a presentation, and they were ready to move forward on that. Mr. Glendenning came in and gave comments, which after his comments, they decided to postpone until January. But they're ready to move forward on this, and I give them the benefit of having the capability of comprehending what's going on. And I understood the process that each commission would be giving their insight and input to this. And I don't think that we need to spoon feed them. I give them great consideration that they can comprehend what's in this. The staff has put in a great deal of work to give clear guidance on what this each of these lands are. I went through it again last night in 2 hours and read the whole process in 2 hours, and I feel like that we need to give our commissioners the benefit of the doubt of being able to read a document and come forth and make comments. And also the people of Kenai trust our commissioners and trust us to move forward with this. And if they don't come and give comments, you can't force them to come and give comments. And so I want to look for great clarity in what the commissioners have to say, but I also want to give them the understanding that they can comprehend their duties and that they're doing their due diligence, and we don't need to expand this timeline to such nth degrees. Thank you.
Councilor Naxton.
Some of what we're talking about is kind of a classic, you know, with a comprehensive plan or something like that. It goes to the commissions, and I don't know if it's like pulling teeth, but it really is difficult sometimes with some of the commissions just to get feedback or much, and it's just kind of a normal thing. Planning and zoning is kind of in the wheelhouse a little bit with that, and you get that, and you're doing it, and it's not too uncommon. Airport probably a little better because it usually has more to do with the airport and on. And you know, as far as reading this, probably like any book, anybody where to start, you start with page 1, and you open page 1, and here's the table of contents, and then here's how to read, how to executive summary, and what the background introduction and all of that, and then the rest kind of makes sense. And kind of the cool thing about it is a lot of it, like I just turned to this page, they're submerged lands, and well, you know, we're gonna lease those. Okay, what's the next page? Well, there's submerged lands, and or if it's in the airport reserve. So basically, a good half of the book, if you will, the inventory, it's kind of a no-brainer. You know what we're going to do. And some of the other I question, but you know, according to the documents, you know, this particular lot is being held for a lift station or something like that. I wouldn't know. So obviously we want to, you know, but it's pretty easy to read through. It just is, and you know, and I got it, and I made comments back on October 1st and transmitted those to the city manager. You know, it's not like I can't read it again, and I will. And I think that something else that maybe we forgot, and And I heard at the last planning and zoning, I was listening on Zoom, I was listening for some other reason, but counselors were, Title 22 and 21, Airport Planning Commission and all that, but this document here is the land and leasing policies and practices that all of the commissions reviewed, provided input back to council, and Title 22 was enacted on the 2nd of October in 19. That's kind of like 2 years ago. We might have forgotten a little bit. I knew we did it, I just didn't know when, so I pulled my book out. And then as I looked a little farther, the Title 21, which is the airport, I think we had gone through some iterations. That was enacted in 2018, changing. And actually all of that was done in preparation for this book. So we worked through this for a few years. A lot of the commission were there. Certainly a lot of the council is here that did all of that. So this kind of was taken care of before this started. And again, like Mr. Dothett said, it's really an inventory. Maybe it's improperly named. We call it something else, but it's an inventory. And whether or not, in the end, we all agree that we're only going to lease a property. It takes council, I think, 2 meetings. And Mr. We can even sell property on the airport. We decide an ordinance comes forward and we can do it. Maybe the FAA might have a comment, but pretty much anything that's in here that we say we think we want to do, council can do, a future council can do otherwise. It's just the way it goes. So we could throw this in the trash. The property is still out there. It's still out there. We own the property. It boils back down to this land, to the 2 titles that we already approved, which we've improved quite a bit. So again, it's just an inventory. And I think that our commissions can get this work done, and that they should continue with the process they are. And the one last thing I wanted to mention is I did have a conversation with the airport chair and provided this to her, and she disagreed with this format, and they felt that they were getting close to kind of like planning and zoning and having their recommendations. And naturally, they're going to be looking at airport lands more than probably most of anything else, and because that's what they do. And so I don't normally speak for somebody else, but Chair Feakin asked me to go ahead and do that for her, saying that they want to continue she wants to continue with the course. Thank you.
And I guess I would remind council too that after the commission's committee look at the plan and make their suggested revisions to council, that comes to us. We can hold a work session, and then there will be at some point this draft, this management plan that will become a final, under whatever title or name that it ultimately comes. But we can have however many public meetings we want to dial in on that last little bit to flesh out. But I think we can do that a lot quicker than 5 months. So just even if you did, did another couple meetings for each commission, there's 2 months. Come back to us, we had a work session, scheduled a work session, and then had 2 public hearings at the whole time we're doing it. That would be another month and 1 meeting, 5 weeks. So there's plenty of bites at the apple here. I just wanted to let everyone, Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yeah, Mayor Gabriel, your point's well taken. I would suggest that the first meeting would involve securing the definitions, the understanding everyone has the same working vocabulary, and you start out with 10. You might get 15 done that night. Goes well, increase the workload. There's no reason why you can't, and we will go through the process sooner. All this does is just gives a process whereby a commission and committee has the ability to research, analyze, and decide on maps. And if they can get done in 3 meetings or 2, that's great. That's great. And I like your idea. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I guess what we're going to do is let them pace themselves. Okay. And I guess direction for administration, which is, I suppose, what you want to go look at here, Mr. Ostrander.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. What I'm hearing from council is that we'll make sure that we provide the information that's in the email for the next meeting, if possible. If there's a meeting within the next 2 weeks, we probably won't, but we'll get that information to the commissions as soon as possible, and that will give them additional information when they're going through the consideration, but they'll continue to pace themselves as they have up to this point.
And just
Vice Mayor.
Just one more thing. It was suggested that Parks and Rec and Beautification meet together because beautification does not have a full schedule. Same way with Harbor. Okay, the Harbor does not meet a full monthly schedule, but they are willing to meet at an accelerated pace for them to go through their work assignments. And I think we'll get this done in good order. Thank you.
Okay, point well taken there. So I think we got that fleshed out. Any other comments anybody has? Okay. Moving on to, I think we're at commission committee reports, Council on Aging.
Thanks, Mayor. Let me catch up real quick. Council on Aging, we met on November 10th. Number of items that they discussed. Rachel Craig, was nominated unanimously as chair. I don't think they have a vice chair, so just the chair. Then there was discussion about the 50th anniversary of the senior center, and coming up on November 30th, and there'd be cake and refreshments, and the number of people who they were planning on inviting. And of course, that happened just yesterday, so that's gone by. And they decided not to have a meeting in December, and their next meeting will be January 13th at 3 o'clock.
Thank you. Airport Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. I was able to attend my first meeting of the Airport Commission on November 9th. A lot of discussion like the council's having here. A presentation was given to them on the land management plan, and my first meeting, it looks like probably it'll be after the first year, and they'll be working on their recommendations. Airport manager's report, I guess the thing that caught my eyes, and some of you probably have heard his stats before. It looks like the enplanements are down for year to date 34%, and parking revenues were down 35%. A good and bad situation I guess they have is because of the expansion taking place over there. It looks like maybe they're going to have some issues with where they store their snow removal, so that's going to be an issue I'm sure you're aware of. Mayor Gabriel, you attended. Of course, one of the sad things that took place was Commissioner Derek Leachlider, and you stopped by and gave some kind words on behalf of the city, and of course Derek's going to be missed by all. Our next meeting is at 12/9, 6 p.m. I won't be able to attend, so I didn't know how you handled that. I got to do a medical appointment during that time, so I didn't know if somebody else could attend on my behalf, or how you do that.
We can throw it out right now, or you can reach out to other members that that would ask if they'd be willing to fill in for you. But is there anybody that would? Well,
I was going to probably ask Councilman Nackstead, since he's got a good history with him, if that'd be something he'd be able to do. Thank you.
Okay. So about covering the next Airport Commission meeting. Harbor Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. The Harbor Commission met on November the 8th, and we did have a quorum, and it was chaired by Ms. Hutchinson because the chair was attending via electronic participation. The Planning and Zoning, Ryan Foster gave the land management presentation again, and Commissioner Peters moved forward to approve that, and it was seconded, but then later it was postponed until perhaps a special meeting in January. Mr. Curtin did give a presentation and gave an update on the DipNet report, and Our scheduled next meeting will be February the 8th. However, there will probably be a special meeting in January to continue their work on the land management opportunity. That ends my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty. Parks and Recreation Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I had filled in on the behalf of Vice Mayor Glendening for the Parks and Recs liaison at this meeting. It was a joint work session with Beautification Committee. Pretty much all of our committee members were in attendance, either in person or online. We received the presentation from Mr. Foster again. There was very minimal comments and feedback. They put forth the motion to approve the resolution, which was seconded, and later they withdrew that and made a motion, which was approved, to postpone this for the joint special meeting on January 6th when they meet again. So, thank you.
Councilmember Winger, Planning and Zoning Commission.
That's still me. Thank you. Thank you. Planning and Zoning Commission as well met where there was discussion. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to pull all that in front of me. We heard about a conditional use permit that Glenn Martin is wanting to put in over by Rogers Road. We had plenty of public input, both supporting that and opposing it. I think a lot of the conversations with this use fell into concerns of traffic noise in which parking area they would be using. The specific property has parking both in the front. They're leasing property from the borough so that they have additional parking. But previously, when this was a bed and breakfast, parking was in the rear or side of the building. However, it's stated, and that was a concern for people not wanting that back lot used for parking purposes. They stated that they this would be used for housing for their schooling, and the schooling program is ran through Soldotna and out of Sterling, and this is for heavy equipment operators. So at the most, they would have 13 students operating and living in this residence, and they've put forth strict recommendations to control noise, recommendations as far as trying to carpool, to address those concerns that were put forth. They're willing to really work with any concerns that they heard that night. Some were new concerns that they may have not heard, but the Glenn Martin seemed really willing to address any issue that came forth on this, and they were really eager to get this conditional use permit passed, as well as the second part of that would be running a bed and breakfast out of there in the select time frame that the students wouldn't be in this location. So that is some of the public comments we had heard and discussions on the conditional use. There was minimal comments made.
Ms. Swinger, not to interrupt, but just out of curiosity, where was that location at again for Glenn Martin's proposal?
Rogers Road. Maybe Jeff could help me with the front. What's the
Fandel? 306 maybe?
Oh, Fandel's property. Okay, okay.
I know it is the greenhouse.
Yeah, so it's the corner of Rogers and Lawton.
Yes,
yeah, okay,
Rogers
very
and
good.
Lawton.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very good.
So, and that has been previously ran as a bed and breakfast, and they had bought it with the intent of housing as like a dormitory style housing for their students that are enrolled in their program. And they too looked at postponing the resolution for the land management plan to January as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Winger. Beautification Committee.
Beautification Committee met in joint session with Parks and Rec back on November 4th, and they saw the hour presentation of the land management plan. And then there were minimal comments afterwards. Actually, they, and Council Winger member already addressed this, that they did a resolution to move it forward, then they brought it back, and then they decided to postpone. And the beautification committee will be meeting by themselves on December 14th so they can finish up with their fall pumpkin festival and look ahead to flowers in 2022. And then they will be back in joint session with Parks and Rec on January 6th to continue with land management.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Sonart. Under Mini Grant Steering Committee, I'm happy to report we had a meeting. We don't get those all the time. Sometimes we'll get them back to back. Anyway, there was an applicant, Chris Westervelt, who had submitted a mini grant steering application to assist in a event that was held over at the Kenai Disc Golf Course on October 30th. We weren't able to reconvene our committee until after that point, and the application, quite frankly, was pretty vague as far as what the money was for. It just had mentioned this one event, and then was looking for money or money to use to rent like porta potties or some tables and things like that for the event. We did reach out to Mr. We wanted to get him online to do a conference call. He works at I believe the hospital, and they had a IT meltdown at that time, and he was busy. That was what his job was. So I did call him back and explain to him that we would like for him to resubmit his application if there's an event they're going to be holding, in spring or summer, and something we could maybe discuss with him to tie in with another event that's happening locally, and then additionally with that, maybe reach out to Parks and Recreation to see if there are things that they could help and assist with for a, one weekend event. So the plan, he seemed pretty excited about that and open to that. So hopefully we'll hear from him sometime in the spring for an event that would be coming that we could assist in. So under report of the mayor, gotta switch screens here. First of all, I want to thank Vice Mayor Glendening for covering with me. I wasn't supposed to be here today, as many of you knew, but unfortunately my hunting trip to Kodiak, my flight got canceled, and the earliest rebook was tomorrow. So the choice was either go sit in Anchorage for 2 days or come to the meeting. And I almost went to Anchorage for 2 days, to be honest with you, but nonetheless, here I am. So I want to thank Vice Mayor Glendening for covering the 50th anniversary for the Senior Center. Sounded like it was a great event, and hopefully he'll be speaking about that during his report. I also attended the AML. I did most of the entire work sessions with AML through Zoom, stayed at my house, and was able to attend some. Actually, it was kind of cool because with Zoom, I could actually do concurrent meetings. I didn't know I could do that, but have one up because there'd be some that you wanted to watch it, but didn't want to miss, and be able to catch highlights of both work sessions. So there was some pretty good information there. I did go up in person for the Conference of Mayors, and one of the things that came out of there was was the rail belt has sort of a contiguous priorities, I guess you can say, and mayors along the rail belt from Anchorage to Fairbanks, south of that. There was discussion there to probably form an alliance, or say an alliance, and it sounds a little bit strong, but consortium of coastal mayors and call it, because sometimes our priorities are somewhat different than what they have, in the interior. And at the time that I left, there was a real quick discussion that Tim Dillon was involved with, and some of the other ARDers. There was 3 ARDers there, one of them being Mr. Dillon from KPED. And when I left, there was a pretty informal meeting, but discussion about, do we want to look at, holding a meeting, fleshing something out. So December 10th, there will be a Zoom meeting with quite a number of mayors. And just so you know, on the agenda would be the introduction, review of coastal priorities, discussion of the marine highway system, ports and harbors, fisheries, travel, tourism, shipping expenses, and water and sewer, and then an organizational meeting. So I imagine at that time we had elect a chair and a vice chair and that sort of thing. So there's sort of this, effort to create what they instead of calling it the rail belt. At the time, there was no name, but they did come up with the sea belt. So the rail belt, that's a sea belt of Mayor. So one of the other things that I did, so the governor, through executive order, created the Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force, and coincidentally, Councilmember Winger had submitted a correspondence regarding halibut bycatch that I think you got from our local delegation, or I don't know, didn't really, it was a lay down, so I don't really have a chance to look at who else signed it, but Representative Vance's website. And that's probably a component of sort of what I think the governor was sort of going to create here. There's a number of seats on this task force. There's virtually every fishing group is representative. There was a seat from the House of Representatives, the State Senate, North Pacific Fishery Management Council. One of the seats was a coastal community mayor seat. I did submit an application to fill that seat and interviewed on Monday. I think their schedule is to try to have the task force impaneled by about the middle of December, and then a first meeting in January. So I guess we'll stay tuned. I'm not sure. They wouldn't tell me who else applied for that. But we'll see how that comes out. Christmas Comes to Kenai. I was able to attend that right after Thanksgiving, and wonderful again to see that happen. I missed it last year. I was traveling to Minnesota and got tons of people sending videos of the fireworks last year. They're so excited to have that happen. And I think, again, this year to have the fireworks out there, and the parade was awesome. This guy, I'm glad you're here, actually. Every year he puts a float in the parade and does a ton of work. I know his wife, Sarah, takes all the credit for it, but you did tell me, yeah, that you did actually go to bed. But amazing float, I appreciate that. And it was really neat. There's a lot of entrants this year, and probably one of the better, longer parades that we've had in quite a number of years. Last thing that I just spoke to previously at the start of the meeting is we had in our informational packet, we had the United Cook Inlet Drift Association statement, and I think that we need to have a discussion regarding the involvement as referenced by Mr. Ruffner. We have done resolutions regarding this issue in Cook Inlet, and so the actions the North Pacific Fishery Management Plan took, and consequently NOAA took to close that. So I guess my question is, I think the timeline to submit an amicus brief would be like February. If we schedule a discussion item our next meeting, does that give you enough time to prepare, Scott?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So I spoke with the council for the United Cook Inlet Drift Association. The schedule that they submitted to the court for a proposal was that they would submit their opening brief on February 7th, and we would then likely have 7 days after they submit their opening brief to submit an amicus brief if we so choose. So there's plenty of time. Okay. My vision is that if council did choose to submit something to the court, it would be relatively short and very narrow in its scope. Okay. And I would recommend that we have an action item as well as discussion, because I think you need to provide me direction if you want me to intervene or to file an amicus brief.
Okay, I just was looking for a nod of heads to have that approved for the next agenda. I see thumbs up, nods. Okay. That was the last item that I had, and with that, we'll go to administration reports. City Manager, Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So a couple things tonight. I'm happy to announce that City League basketball is going to be starting again, and this will be the first time we've had City League basketball in about 18 years. As the City of Kenai, the Boys and Girls Club did a great job holding that down while we were out, but we will be having in January. But this year it's different. Ryan Tunseth has stepped up, and he formed a new organization, the Twin Cities Athletic Association, and they're going to run the City League basketball. And I just wanted to make sure I said in this report a big thanks to him. He put this together incredibly quickly, and we were concerned, especially with Bob leaving, that we might not be able to pull it off. Ryan stepped up, and I'm sure there's a lot of basketball players who are going to be happy that we're having that again. And it's, again, beginning in January. So this Saturday will be the annual Shop with the Cop event. This is something that's occurred for a number of years. Walmart provides $5,000 in gift cards for 50 participating kids with approximately 8 law enforcement agencies that participate. So a great event that's going to be this Saturday. Chief Ross had mentioned it earlier today. I promised him that I'd mention to council that certainly KPD is going to be a big part of that. Another Christmas item, Kenai City Hall is again participating in the Mountain View Elementary Christmas Drive. I'm not sure if folks are familiar with that drive, but Mountain View puts together a drive. They benefit 45 to 50 families every year. They provide toys, gift certificates for the Christmas dinner, warm clothes, hats, gloves, coats, that sort of thing. So our folks in City Hall, ever since I've been here, have participated to sponsor 1 to 2 families every year. We're going to do it again this year. Our break room fills with toys and clothes and stuff. It's pretty cool. So we're doing that again this year. And then today our fire department and police department participated in a tabletop exercise with SINGSA. So SINGSA does this annually, I believe, and I'm not sure we participated in the past, but they encourage us to participate. And the scenario that they provided today was a response to a well at the facility that had failed and caught on fire. So they spent about 7 hours today going through the scenario. Talked to Chief Pryor afterwards. He said it was really beneficial and that SINGSA would like to see additional participation with city folks next year. And then, as always, Bluff is the last thing on my list, and there's really no update other than we're still on schedule to get 35% complete documents by the end of this month. And with the infrastructure bill passing in the last couple of weeks, we're in about a 60-day waiting period, and we're hopeful that we're going to see funding in the next couple months. So that's the end of my report, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions of the same matter? Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel and Mr. Ostrander. Just to follow up on the community, the Christmas donations with Mountain View, that is a mutual partnership with Kenai Middle School as well. So they co-sponsor this drive together. Is there an area where community members would be able to drop off and participate? And maybe have we put that list of those needed items out on our city pages to encourage more community participation in that?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Winger. We haven't, but it would probably be a good idea for us to put something, at least so people know that this is occurring. As far as the 1 to 2 families that we sponsor, that's 1 of 2 of the 45 or 50, and I'm not sure what other organizations are doing this. I'm assuming Mountain View is reaching out to a bunch of different organizations to fill those needs. But we could certainly put something out on social media to let folks know that this is going on and put them in touch with Mountain View or KMS, whoever the folks that are running it, see if they could help support that.
Thank you. Yes, I've been involved in that program and heavily support that. So I think that'd be great to put that out for more community participation. Some years they've had upwards of 60 families, and they really do a great, thorough job meeting the needs of all those families. They've taken families even after the deadline of the application. They also work with Love Inc. and Salvation Army, so that the families that they're helping aren't getting help from both Love Inc., Salvation Army, and the school. So it's kind of the families that may have not have gotten their application in time with Love Inc. or Salvation Army, and the school really picks up a big chunk of that. So I appreciate, as a parent and one that's been involved in that program, the city's participation. So thank you.
Any other questions of the city manager? Councilmember Naxa.
I was going to kind of cover this a little bit about AML, but since you brought up the infrastructure package, and maybe you can give us some of your understanding. Lisa Murkowski, Senator Murkowski zoomed in, and then separately some of her staff also did that actually helped write part of that. And kind of what they were telling us was they need a list of projects. They're looking for projects, send them to us, and it's a several-year project. But some projects would be kind of maybe funded more directly, and then some through the state. And I was wondering, maybe a couple of questions is, you know, what projects you might be looking at sending them, generally or specifically, and what can those monies be used for? You know, we've got the match on the bluff. If any of that money can be used for that, or if it has to be just more the non-match, the other 65% or whatever.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Nackstead. So the infrastructure bill, the segment of that would be used to fund the Bluff project would not be eligible for match. That would be for the federal portion only. So as far as the Bluff project, you know, the number that the Corps is using right now is $27.4 million. So there's potential for $27.4 million coming from the infrastructure bill to meet the federal portion of that project. In all likelihood, $27.4 million is $10 million or more than what is actually needed at the federal level. But hey, if they want to overfund it, I'm okay with that. As far as other items that could be determined, you know, administration would look at the capital improvement plan that we've got that council has approved, and those would be the project that we would focus on. I know one of the infrastructure portions that there's a lot of money available is water and sewer. And as council knows, we've got a lot of needs on the water and sewer side. Wastewater treatment plant needs millions of dollars worth of work. The water treatment plant needs work as well. I'm hopeful that the infrastructure bill will help fund much of that needed work, because right now the fund balance in water and sewer is not sufficient to do what we need to do. And I will tell you, we haven't looked at this in depth yet as far as other categories that could potentially be funded. But at this point, once we do look at it, the administrative focus would be to look at funding projects that are in the capital improvement plan. If it looks like there could be potential money beyond that, then we would look to come to council and discuss any priorities that you might want to consider going there. One other element of that infrastructure bill, and also associated with the ARPA funding itself, is there's going to be a significant amount of money coming to the airport. And we're not really certain at this point how much that is, what it looks like. But we have been working with Mr. Dillon at KPED and with our airport manager Eland to determine if there are shovel-ready projects, because much of this money likely will require that. So if there are shovel-ready projects at the airport that could be funded through some of these. So there's still work to be done, but we'll certainly keep council apprised.
Any other questions this evening? Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yes, you mentioned airport needs. Of course, we have the airport master plan, but also included in our discussions of airport development, there were some proposed properties to be acquired on the periphery of the airport. Would ARPA funds be eligible to help us with that?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendening. I don't know the answer to that, but I can get back to you on it.
Okay, that'd be useful. Thank you.
Any other questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll go to the city attorney, Mr. Blue.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. On November 15th and 16th, Cindy, my administrative assistant, and I were up in Anchorage, and we hosted the annual Alaska Municipal Attorneys Association Conference. And I just want to thank council for the support in that, and also really thank Cindy. She did a lot of the heavy lifting for that group and for me, and also the chamber. That I think we had like 25 speakers, and the chamber put together goodie bags for all of our speakers that were Kenai centric. So that was really great, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions of the city attorney? Seeing none, we'll move to city clerk, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. Megan and I also both attended the Clerks Association meetings in Anchorage. I think the 17th and 18th and 19th of November, and we appreciate your support for that. And that is all I have for my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the city clerk? Seeing none, we will move to additional public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time? Mr. Twait.
Jeff Twait, 1808 Juliana Drive. And just quickly, I would like to, again, extend the opportunity if any of the commissions would like somebody from planning and zoning to go to the meetings to help. Since Commissioner Woodard and Doffett were here tonight, I would be happy to appoint them to go do that. But seriously, I would like to make it a discussion item at our meeting next week to see if we can get some of our commissioners who would be happy to volunteer in maybe groups of 2, if any of the commissions would like any help with understanding some of the land use things and zoning. So that's all.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yes, that would be most helpful, just in securing definitions and getting predicates laid out so everyone has the same vocabulary and the same viewpoint, and maybe just do an example of a map or 2 so they can get the process going. And they might get 3 done the first meeting and 47 done the second. You don't know, but it's as if you're in a sports venue. You learn to hit a fastball rather quickly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just want to say thank you for that offer. You know, it may not be a benefit to, say, the entire commissioners as a whole, but there is going to be a lot of benefit to that to some of the individuals that have expressed they need just a little extra help or maybe clarification on titles or zoning. And I think there could be a lot of benefit to that just to help add to the discussion. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So oh, no, never mind. Okay. Well, one of the things that was running through my one of the things that was running through my mind is there, what's the availability of Mr. or Planning and Zoning Commissioner or Planning and Zoning Department head to be there for if there's questions of other Mr. Ostrander? I mean, I'm just trying to reconcile the role of the Planning and Zoning Commission sort of fanning out and answering questions that might be better suited for as far as consistent goes with our Planning and Zoning Director. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gable. I do think to assure consistency, that's probably an administrative thing that should be done. It would require Mr. Foster or myself to attend, but if the commissions would like that, we're more than willing to do that. So if they'd like that support from, and Ryan's not going to be very happy with me with saying this, but if they would like that support, we'll make sure that we have administrative staff that can speak to those things at those meetings.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, I think that's a good concept. What this will do is I always go back to the idea of the teachable moment, and the individuals on the Planning and Zoning Commission are knowledgeable, and I found I learn a lot when I'm trying to teach someone else a particular topic. As far as staff involvement and whatnot, it could be that the Planning and Zoning liaisons to the other commissions and committees could do the heavy work, do the lifting, and maybe Mr. Foster or someone could be on standby to answer the tough questions or the technical questions. Just a thought for moving this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public that'd like to address the council at this time?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
All right, let's go to council comments. Councilmember Petty.
Thank you, Mayor. It was a wonderful opportunity to attend the Christmas Comes to Kenai, and the fireworks were spectacular. Also, I had the privilege to attend the 50th anniversary of the Senior Center, and we have such a showcase space over there, and it was wonderful to get to hear all of the past accomplishments and moving forward to the new accomplishments that will happen over at the Senior Center. I wanted to publicly thank Mr. Eubanks for the audit for the financial department and his staff for the hard work and dedication that they do in our finance department that makes everything look so easy. Also, I would like to say thank you to the city employees who help keep our streets clear of snow. there's more to come, and I just wanted to say thank you. Also, I had the opportunity to attend AML and was greatly benefited for that. Also, I just wanted to remind everyone that the Relay for Life is doing a special event called Starlight Star Bright. It's a winter solstice ski event for fundraising for the Cancer Society. It's going to be here at our Kenai Golf Course on solstice, December the 21st for 2021. And registration, if you didn't pre-register, will be on that evening at 5:30 to 6:30, and the skiing event will be there on the golf course from 6:30 to 7:30 with wonderful hot drinks and refreshments if you choose to attend and participate in that. Thank you for the lively conversation and discussion tonight, and that ends my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I too had the pleasure of attending the Christmas Comes to Kenai, and I was very, very impressed with the number and the quality of the floats, and one was particularly noteworthy. And thank you for your effort and your constant contributions to the success of our city. It just showed that our people in our area are ready to get together, come together, and enjoy not only the winter but our city and each other. And it reaffirmed in my heart the idea that we are community, and this is just another way of providing and facilitating that bonding that we do. What I particularly enjoyed was going to the senior center and the 50th anniversary of that organization, and just to see the program that former Mayor Porter put on, just where they came from a surplus trailer, and would sometimes meet on the North Road to what we have now, and the exquisite facilities that we have, and the engaged staff, and the eager participation of the seniors. These are the people that developed our community and made it successful to the degree it is now. We have made a promise that we would take care of them, and we take care of the building, and we would provide for their needs as best we can within our ability. And this just shows again that we do have a commitment to our seniors in this town. And thank you for the opportunity to fill in for you, Mayor Gabriel. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. I appreciate that, and I'm sure there'll be more opportunities as we move forward here. Councilmember Sonart.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. My family and I also went to Christmas Comes to Kenai with the parade, and I was very excited to see the Kenai Central Marching Band there. Yes. So they were back this year, so yay. And having marched in that parade for many, many years, I can tell you that oftentimes there was a dark spot between the corner where the parade starts, where Dr. Zerl's office is, down towards Olga's Jewelry. It was kind of like no man's land, and we'd be marching along in the dark and playing, and there's like nobody there. And then as the stores became more numerous and cars would be parked, the population of the parade would pick up as it went on. But this year, when we pulled up to park and go get a spot, both sides of the road were lined with cars from Louise and Dr. Zerl's corner all the way down to like Dan's TV. We couldn't find a place to park. I mean, we ended up finding a place to park, but as we took the family and went out there, I just took a moment and I looked up and down that street and I thought, this is wonderful. I've never seen so many cars and so many people at a parade. So that was exciting, and to see the band there just warmed my heart. The fireworks were spectacular, and I think it's one of the fun things I get to talk about with friends and family in the lower 48, because we're always comparing holiday stories. Well, what did you do over the weekend? Well, I went to my city fireworks. What? You know, that type of thing. So I'm sure we've all had the similar stories. Yesterday I attended the 50th anniversary at the Senior Center, and it's just delightful that we have such an incredible resource for our seniors. And as I watched Mayor Porter give her history lesson. And Mayor Porter, if you are listening to this meeting or you are watching or listening down the road to the recording of this, I want you to know you are absolutely ageless. I don't know how you do it, but energy and excitement and enthusiasm for the passion for the seniors certainly came through her presentation, and I appreciate that. And I want to say thank you to all the people that came and talked tonight and presented and helped us work through and hash through these things. It's a process. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and on the band there, the band was really awesome, and I had my grandson on my shoulders. What's nice about the band or the drum line when you used to do drum line, which was really cool too, is that you could see the parade, but you hear it coming. That's what the sound of the. And that's what got my grandson kind of clued in, even though they were down the street a ways, hearing the band coming. So definitely, Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I too went to Christmas Comes to Kenai like everyone else, but my day started earlier. I was a volunteer for the chamber for Santa Comes to Kenai. So there was a line that was already forming at 10:15 when I got there that morning, and Santa didn't arrive till 11. So we had so many kids eager to get out and meet Santa. I asked Brittany if she could kind of keep a log of how many families or kids were seen during that event. So their final number were they seen 249 kids and 115 families. So this event stretched from 11 to 2. We tried to space the families out. We realized it got a little cold for the little ones, and we started, as we said, packing people in like sardines to get them out of the cold. We offered cookies and hot chocolate to kids that waited, which was great if they were over the age of 2, but the sugar crashes were a little intense for a few of them. It was just a great event. People are really thankful to have it and to be part of it. My little nephew's 7 months old, got to go meet Santa for his first time. So it was just an opportunity for a lot of our families to get out and be involved. The fireworks show, I'd like to thank some of our sponsors, obviously the City of Kenai, but the Dunbar family and Fred Braun, who generously donated to make that show what it was. It was the best show they said that they've had this far, as well as the best turnout they've had for the parade. So thank you to everybody that was involved in the parade. I absolutely love volunteering with the Chamber and their events, and seeing the reactions of our community are truly priceless. I would like to move forward with my first thing on my list, which was actually thanking Mr. Eubank. What we heard during the audit's presentation, I would just like to thank you for thoroughly working on the audit all year long, calling and questioning and seeking that help so that the audit process was successful, and I'm hoping as painless as possible. I know audits are never fun. So I just would like to thank Mr. Eubank and everybody within his department that worked hard on that. I'm excited to hear that Ryan Tunseth is picking up men's league or city league again. I've worked with the Boys and Girls Club Athletics Department for many years. I've seen the success of that program through them, and I know it's definitely wanted and needed, and I'm excited to see that league is going forward. And I'm looking forward to see what the city does with the basketball league. I look forward to seeing all the pictures of the Shop with a Cop. I think that's a great program. And I appreciate all of our first responders and what they're doing to make things a little extra special for families. I know Mr. Baisden will be speaking about this, but I would also I would also like to give my congratulations to the Kenai volleyball team who took second at state. We have a lot of our area youth that are all participating in various sports. I know the high school wrestling season, their state ends here at the 14th of December. And with that being said, unlike many other people where winter seasons become your slow time, this becomes my family's busy season. So in between scheduled meetings, we will be gone and off grid. We do winter camping all winter. So we will be off-grid to our cabin on Lake Louise. So I will always make sure to inform council when I'll be leaving, because I will be completely off-grid for a week at a time with no reception. And on top of our winter camping season, it is also sports season. So we have kids that are in competitive sports. I will be in Seward this weekend for our first resumed swim meet with the Kenai Peninsula Piranhas. However, Seward has put a stipulation in that there are no spectators allowed in the school. So all of us parents that don't get to be volunteers get to watch our kids swim from Zoom in the parking lot. And so I will be sitting for 7 hours watching my kids swim from a Zoom at the parking lot. And so with that being said, I appreciate the comments in the meeting today and everybody that came out in their discussions. And I look forward to the next meeting.
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the public for coming out. Good engagement. Our commissioners, thanks for hanging out with us here. I know it's a long night. Councilmember Winger did talk about the Central High School girls. I don't know if anybody watched that or was up there. They went to 5 sets against Valdez and lost in Game 5, 13-15. It was an awesome. They went undefeated the entire season, so I think we need to give them recognition. You know, I've got 2 kids in high school, and they were really involved with supporting the team. I want to thank the city manager for spending some time with us this week and your staff. I hate taking up your time, but I appreciate everything that you guys do for us. And Councilman Nackstead, thanks for hanging in there with me for the airport commission. I've got to have cataracts removed next week. I'm starting to show my age. Paul doesn't remember this, but I remember Paul in City League basketball. I know you can't tell by the athletic build that I have, but I can remember playing against Paul and him basically just outrunning everybody on the court. He probably doesn't remember those days, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nackstead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. I too attended AML on the 15th, 16th, and really half of the 17th, and attended a number of presentations there, and also nice meeting with other council members and mayors and whatnot, you know, in person. Really enjoyed that. And I wanted to recognize Terry Eubank, who is promoted to president of AML Investment Pool. You know, he kind of moved from one seat kind of to the center seat now. And so he, you know, as far as I'm concerned, he represents the city there very, very well. Thank you very much for what your contributions there. And Scott Bloom is the president of the Alaska Municipal Attorneys Association, and he gave a presentation to the group as well. So, you know, here's 2 people in the room that are.
Don't forget Jamie.
Pardon me?
Don't forget Jamie.
Well, I didn't see Jamie because I had left already.
She got worth announcing that. What was your title again?
Are you still president?
I passed the gavel on Friday the 19th.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. Since I wasn't there, I guess it did slip. But anyway, I thought that was great. And I already mentioned Murkowski zooming in and whatnot. And the other thing, too, is I too attended the 50th anniversary for the Senior Center and got to speak there a little bit and then reminisce a little bit because the only thing I really did for before the Senior Center is I pointed out that I was out there drilling boreholes where we're sitting here, you know, for the geotechnical investigation. So that was about 40 years ago, I guess. But at any rate, there's the building. And what I really enjoyed, though, to tell you the truth, is we haven't been able to go into the Senior Center. It's been, you know, through this whole process, except for more recently, and I've been reluctant to, but all these seniors there, I kind of found myself going from table to table and meeting with folks, and I really, really enjoyed that again. So it was great fun. I think I need to go over there for lunch, and as last February, I'm old enough that I could actually live there now. So, and you can't too. So, so maybe I should apply, right? I don't know what my wife would say. And then back to Terry. Terry, another great job on the audit report, and you know, and the report says it all, but I know that you hold the line, you and your staff and you as a leader, throughout the year on purchases and all the things that the city does. And it's not just one thing, it's hundreds of things and details, things that don't happen, that could have, but with your leadership, we always come out looking good, and it's because of you primarily and your staff, and greatly appreciated. I guess the last thing I want to say is marching bands. I'm kind of partial to them myself. I played trumpet from 5th grade all the way into college, and I was also in high school back in the 70s. We had a marching band, and we marched from town. I recall. I think it was Tulane then.
This is not information you should let me know.
Is that right?
I use this stuff.
Yeah, but then, but we did that. That was a lot of work, and they had to move traffic out of the way. But mostly what we did was, on the ball field, football, which, gosh, I'm going to go on. Of course, football happens in the fall and it's colder then, I think. But trumpet is really cold, and it was spitting snow and all that, and we had steel bleachers too. But you go out and you didn't really warm up. But it was really fun doing the different things we did out there. But at any rate, I appreciate what sounds like something that you have kind of fostered, getting back into the high school band, the marching and all of that, and it's a lot of fun. It's a good memory that I have, and I'm sure others do too now. Thanks.
Thank you. One other thing, was there, T, you might know, or Clinice, or was there a holiday bazaar is there?
It already happened.
Was there? But I thought there's going to be another weekend.
But
or
there's
something.
going to be over at the Old Cars Mall this weekend, and I believe next weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, for local artists there. And so you have another opportunity to get some extra special, unique gifts.
Marion's given me I just want to get that out there.
So the annual, decades-long Kenai Arts and Crafts Fair, sponsored by the Art Guild with its various names over the year, and the Arts Center, took place this past weekend while everything else was going on also. And we consider ourselves part of Christmas Comes to Kenai. And we haven't had it for 2 years, which was a big financial issue for us. But anyway, we did it again this year. And, now that we've all gone through what we've gone through in the last couple of years, there's literally hundreds of arts and crafts fairs all over this place. So they're nipping at our heels for sure, and the folks who are putting that on at the old grocery store, that's part of that. They have, 4 weekends? We have our 1 weekend. We were down a little bit in terms of participation, but not that much. So we will be back next year again, sponsoring to keep the Arts Center going.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Marion.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll close by echoing comments of my colleagues up here. Thanks, Terry, for all your hard work. Seems like every year we do that. I sleep very easy at night knowing you're at our financial helm there, so appreciate all the hard work you do. And with that, since we have no other business before this body, we are adjourned.
Goodbye.
Yeah.